We are requesting you to hold it in your hand because you're going to help us to make this as public as it should be. You can take a selfie. You can take a picture of someone else. We have a photo booth there, by the way. This was a good time to take photos. There's a photo booth by the entrance. You know, this is another photo area. If you wanted to take a photo without interfering with the arrangement, you can do that as you mingle and interact with people. So, yes, I told you to talk to each other, so you're talking more than listening. It's okay. It's my fault. I take the blame. So take a photo of either yourself or someone else or you as a group and post it on your social media platforms and tag us at Zion Pal. You can go on your social media platforms and tag us at Zion Pal. On YouTube, we are Zion Pal Global Network. You can invite your friends to go there and just watch it, even as we do it here on the ground. Once you tag us, you can use the hashtag #WeTookTheRisk with a caps for every word, like capital W, capital T, and capital R. We took the risk is our hashtag. As you're tagging us, please also make sure to use the hashtag We Took the Risk. We took the risk. Otherwise, we're looking forward to an exciting afternoon. We know other people are still on the way, coming to join us, and it's going to be some really good time in here. Otherwise, mina ku advice. Later on, it might be busy at the photo stations. As you get to know each other, you want to take a pic with someone, this is a good time to just do it as we get ready to get started. Karibuni sana, and be sure to enjoy this session. So allow me to greet us once again. Good afternoon, everyone. And you're welcome to the launch of We Took the Risk, the value of risk-taking, and why women should embrace it as a strategy for growth and success. This inspiring anthology brings together courageous voices and powerful stories of women who dared to step into the unknown, embracing risk as a path to transformation. Today, we celebrate their journeys, their lessons, and the bold call for us to take that leap towards growth and success. Let us dive into an unforgettable experience because it's going to be. So you're very welcome once again. This event is hosted by Zion Pal Publishers, the organization behind the project. And at this particular time, I would want to bring to the podium Mr. Doso Radido, the founder and director of Zion Pal Publishers, to tell us something about the project. It is always good to commit our meeting in the hands of God, right? So let us bow our heads for a word of prayer. Dear Lord, we thank you for bringing us together today to celebrate the launch of this inspiring book. We took the risk. We are grateful to the courage, wisdom, and dedication of the authors, and we ask for your blessing on this work, that it may inspire growth and transformation in all who read it. May this event glorify you and encourage us to embrace the risks that lead to purpose and success. It is in Jesus' name that we have prayed. And we can all say, amen. So help me bring to the podium Mr. Doso Radido, the founder and director of Zion Pal Publishers, the organization behind the project. Karibu sana, Mr. Doso.
Good afternoon, everyone. Now she's making me feel so big. And I should be the least in a highly charged forum like this one, where we are gathered to celebrate this amazing work that has been put together by these very resourceful people. I'm looking forward to the speeches because we get to hear more from that end. But before we get there, allow me to thank God for giving us the opportunity to gather here and to be part of this experience. And thinking about God, sometimes I feel like congratulating God for maintaining a very clean sheet of consistency in being faithful. David says it differently. He says, I was young, now I'm old, and I've never seen the righteous forsaken. That is a statement that talks about the faithfulness of God, and importantly, the consistency of God in being faithful. So I want to congratulate God for being very faithful consistently. Having said that, I also want to thank all of you for making time to come. This is a huge statement of trust. You know, when we were telling you that there is something like this, there was nothing else to show that it is actually there except coming in and experiencing it. So it took your faith and your risk to come all the way to this place, and you actually adorned yourself as if you're coming to have a good experience. So all that is just faith. You believed in our word and you came, and we are glad that you are here. This room is smelling real nice, and I know all this good smell is brought in by yourselves. So you're a part of this, and the color is beautiful. You're all looking lovely, and we are very, very grateful that you came. I'm going to give us a brief about what this project is about, and then I'll get out of the way so that we can get to experience what the authors, what the ladies have in store for us today, because we know there's so much that they have brought in the house today for us. So We Took the Risk is part of a project, a bigger project that we are doing that is aiming at shining a spotlight on women and women leaders specifically, with the aim of providing useful value to the ongoing conversation about the involvement of women in leadership. In the corporate space, they call it what is the name? Inclusion. They call it inclusion. But I like calling it the involvement of women, because when I say it that way, it allows me to appreciate the totality of who they are. because if you when looking at them, it is actually more than gender. Women are just more than the female gender. There is a lot of good stuff inside there that somebody has to wear the right lenses to be able to see and appreciate. So through this particular book, we wanted to explore the value of risk-taking and why women should embrace it as a strategy. We live in a part of the world where the position of a woman or the women have been treated to a very unique kind of life experience. It is very okay for me to say, as a man, that though we live in the same space, men and women, we experience life differently. That is so true in Africa. I don't know about other parts of the world, but here we are experiencing life differently. And traditionally, those of you who have a bit of history, women were just there to be seen. And some communities made it even worse. They counted them among, children and livestock and property. It was very interesting. But over time, there has been a growing enlightenment within our space where we are beginning to see that actually there is more inside these people that we can tap into as a resource. While that was going on, it was having an effect on the women themselves. And this would show in the way women see themselves, the way women deploy themselves around the issues of life, and what women do. So that from that perspective, we have what has strongly been going on in what is being referred to as the gender roles. If you look at gender roles, there are so many things about that comes from the way the situation has been in what we have been cultured either to live or to think about ourselves and life in general. So that the effect that has had on women is that it's like there has been a force that stops them from being even the basics of who they are supposed to be. A lot of women really don't believe in themselves, even for the things that they obviously have. A simple example is you may tell somebody, when I say you, I talk about men, you may tell a woman, you're intelligent or you're pretty or you really are doing this thing very well. The first thing that comes to mind for them in most instances is the question, are you really telling the truth or are you trying to flatter me? And that comes from somewhere. It comes from the conditioning that has been going on in the environment, which for me, and that is why we are concerned about it, it affects the way women deploy themselves. And I say this because at the point where the rubber meets the road, somebody must take action. This life is designed that way. At the point where the rubber meets the road, somebody must be able to take action. A bit of that action involves taking risks. And that affects the results that come out. So that if you look at the spectrum of things, women who seem to be doing better, or scaling heights, or producing more, or bagging accolades, or being preferred over others, etc., those people have mastered or have gotten comfortable with taking risks. And where we are headed as a people, generally in the world we are living in is moving very fast. In the corporate space, they have used the acronym VUCA to describe how it looks like. And I know there could be some other additions to that right now. So that the speed of things is increasing by the day. And those who are mastering the competence to be able to act strategically, to assess the situation fast, to deploy themselves when everything is not yet clear, are actually gaining more than those who are not doing that. While that is happening to all of us, it is also happening to the women. So that those who have embraced the strategy of risk-taking when it doesn't feel comfortable, when it is not very clear, or when it is not even within your domain of things that you would find yourself doing. Those who are doing things in that space are actually doing better than the others. And this is not to say that it doesn't involve losses or pain. It does, because that is how risk looks like. A bit of it is pleasurable, a bit of it is painful, but eventually it produces good returns. So that in this project, we are interested in demonstrating the value of risk-taking with the aim of repositioning the conversation about risk-taking from being perceived as bad to being perceived as good. We are actually interested in de-risking risk-taking so that more and more women can embrace it, because that, in our opinion, is one of the keys that should open major doors for women. Because if we create a conducive environment for you, and we create the positions for you, and we make the constitution with clauses for you, and come up with all those programs for you, if you refuse to jump off the cliff, then those things will never produce any good value for you. And so, while we are working on the things outside here, somebody should be working on the things inside there. And one of those things is the ability to see risk-taking as a good thing and to build the necessary competencies that are needed for somebody who is aiming to be functional and productive in a world that we live in today. When you get the opportunity to read the book, and I know some of you have already read the book, you will actually see some of those insights that are shared inside there. There is a chapter that has been done by I'm forgetting your name. Remind me your name. Beatrice. I like the way Beatrice is concluding her chapter. And she talks about a set of things that needs to be done for somebody who is thinking about taking risk. And I like it more because it came from a woman. If it was a man talking, I probably would say, okay, yeah, you know, that's a man. But when it is being discussed and explained the way she has done it, I like it. So when you read that book, please go to her chapter and see how she has concluded it. I love it. I love it. There are many other beautiful nuggets inside the book that would help somebody who is interested in taking up risk-taking as a strategy. In the very end, we are hoping that through this project and through the conversations that will ensue, we should be able to shift the mindset of both the women and the people who are working with women in the corporate spaces, in the community, in government, to be able to see risk-taking as a valuable thing and to be able to support it, to recognize it, and even to reward it. And as I said earlier, sometimes it will produce pain, and sometimes it will produce good profit. But eventually, the muscles that build out of that is something that we can use in facing the world that we are living in. We are also hoping that from this conversation, there should be people who are in the training space or in the coaching space or mentorship space who will now conceive within their programs or the things that they are doing something that covers the topic of risk and risk-taking. Just like we talk about communication skills, presentation skills, leadership skills, and everything else, somebody should come up with programs that can be able to be used as a platform to train people how to engage with risk-taking, because it is it's a whole spectrum of competencies and disciplines that somebody must have, ranging from how you think, how you talk, how you make decisions, how you assess, and all these kind of things. Finally, we are hoping that from the conversations that will come out of this and the literature that has built, there is something that will go into the corporate space so that we open up that space to create conducive environments where people are given an opportunity to try something, to risk something, and that when that happens, it becomes one of those things that can be recognized, can be appreciated, and can be rewarded. And finally, we want to propose that when we are looking at the leadership competencies or the competencies that make up for for leadership, or what somebody should have to have good leadership skills or competencies, we consider including risk-taking inside there, so that we add onto that long list of things we have: communication, planning, visioneering, etc., the ability or even the experience of risk-taking, because a huge part of leadership is actually risk-taking. A huge part of it is risk-taking. So that would be the essence of this project and the reason why we are gathered here. And so as we sit there and we listen to the conversations and the speeches that will be given here, I want you to be very keen to walk out of this place with something. And I am so lucky today because I'm not the one who's going to talk about this thing. They will talk about it themselves, so that we hear it from the horse's mouth. And while you're talking, feel free to use your examples, the examples of your life. Where it was painful, feel free to tell us the truth. And where it was profitable, also feel free to tell us the truth. Because while you're talking, we're also assessing how are we going to plug into risk-taking, because we want to see where we are starting from. There are some of us who are bolder than others. We don't mind starting from the sharp end. But there are some of us who would be a little bit more careful. We want to start from the softer end. So feel free to share with us all that you can, because we have come to learn from you, and we've come to be inspired by you. And while you'll be speaking, we will be cheering you on. I want to promise you that by the time you're coming to the end of the day, you all will have learned something. And be keen, please, to learn something, so that you walk out of this place with something. And you will be inspired, you will be challenged. Some of you will come out of this place with so many admirers because of what they will hear from you. And some of you will actually connect with them and get an opportunity to have a one-on-one with them. I invite you to enjoy yourself, enjoy every moment, enjoy every speech, and enjoy every session. God bless you so much, and have yourself a lovely time.
Let's put our hands together for Mr. Dooso. Was that a hand clap? Can we do better? Yeah, when it is time to honor someone else, honor them knowing that your time comes and you also want a valuable honor. So thank you so much, Mr. Dooso, for letting us know where we are coming from with the project, what we intend to achieve, and where we actually are. Today we launched the book, We Took the Risk, the value of risk-taking, and why women should embrace it as a strategy for growth and success. You are in a good place this afternoon, and you'll be glad that you came. Now we want to enter into another session, and probably that is why you're here. You want to listen to the authors, you want to know what their inspiration was, what are some of their experiences, and what do they intend to achieve with this collaborative work. We have a total of 14 authors. We have a number of them already here. We are expecting some more, but we will move even as we wait for others to come. Or are we 14 yet? Not yet. So some are still on the way coming. So we are going to have them come forward and share with us their inspirations, share with us a bit of their experience, share with us what they have written in the book, depending on what approach they want to give it. All in all, they're going to speak to us this afternoon. And just like Mr. Dooso has said, that by the end of this meeting, you shall have learned something that will bring a positive change in your life. So I'm going to call the first speaker of the day, the one who is going to break the ground for us today, even as we wait for the rest to also get their time to speak. So our first speaker this afternoon is Beatrice Kirui. Beatrice Kirui is an award-winning HR professional with over 15 years of experience. Passionate about fostering inclusive, engaging workplaces, she empowers organizations to excel through growth-centered strategies. Renowned as a transformative leader, Beatrice combines insight, energy, and humor in her work, making her a sought-after consultant, trainer, and speaker. She specializes in leadership, employee engagement, diversity and inclusion, HR risk management, and sales management, inspiring growth and excellence in every audience she reaches. Let us put our hands together as we bring to the pulpit our very own Beatrice Kirui. Beatrice, karibu sana. The platform is very high. If you're comfortable to get on it, okay. If you're not, this position would do. Karibu sana. You're a risk taker. Speak to us.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for coming out to meet us. God bless you. And in your time, when you'll be celebrating, may God bring you people that will hold you up. I have prepared for you. Are you ready for me? Yes. I have 3 stories for you. So I will start with the first one. And I'll start just the African way. We say Africa is our continent and Africa is our business. So we must bring some African into this. So I start by asking you, story? All right, so the first story is about my sister. She's in business, she's called Irene, and I'm sure she's watching me from somewhere. So my sister had started her business as soon as she completed her training. She was in the fashion industry and was working from home. And she grew. She's really talented in beauty and all those kind of things. And she grew and her business was really doing well, but she was working from home. And at some point she needed to move into the capital city. And so she told the family to pray and her friends. And we started praying for her to get a premises for her to operate her business. Now, my family is also in business. I think out of the 9 children, I'm the only one who is employed. And my father always wanted us to get into business and not to get into employment. And when he was alive, he always used to ask me, "Bado unafanyia waindi kazi?" And I had to tell him, "No, Dad, I'm working," because I was the only one who chose to go that route. So anyway, so we had family in River Road, we have family in town having business, and so we were looking for a place for her to move from home and come to town to start her business. And she looked and looked and looked, and eventually she found somewhere, a good shop. At that time, I was very engaged in training. And so I was traveling around Africa, training, and I never had time to go and see where she had opened up. Until now, when I came back to the country, and she told me, "Shiko," that's the name they call me at home, "Shiko, come and see where I found a place." And we went. Shock on you. I remember when I went into that street, I looked and I said, "Oh my God." I didn't know what to tell her because she was very excited about this. She was so happy. She's telling me, "Look, this is what I'm going to do with this shop. I'm going to put mirrors over here." And I'm thinking, which street is this in town? How are people going to come here and buy beauty products? Ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you that she's right now located in Dubai, or Dubois, depending on how you pronounce it. At the time she took up that engagement in Dubois, Latema Road was doing better. So that was why I was asking her, why did you take... There was nothing in Dubois. It is even a street we never used to go to. But right now it is the leading street when it comes to beauty. And she's marked there in the middle, having her beauty products and having a very big shop because she started off early. What did I learn about that? That when you are taking a risk, because she took a risk to move from Kimathi Estate, where she used to have her business, to come into town, have a risk village. You will meet people like me who have no experience at all in the area you want to take a risk. Because it was very easy for me, I'm employed. I don't know how to make business decisions. She likes me, but we have all the other siblings that we have who encouraged her and told her, "Come on, what you are making, this place will pick up at some day." And so let me read for you a quote from my book. I quote myself by the author, Beatrice Kirui. "Risk-taking is like learning a new language. It requires courage, practice, and a willingness to make mistakes. Just as we stumble with a new word and it brings you closer to fluency, embracing risks help us grow, adapt, and uncover new opportunities. To accelerate your risk-taking process, surround yourself with a village of risk-takers." My sister surrounded herself with relatives that were in business. And so she surrounded herself with a village of risk takers, people who are fluent in the risk language. Their insights and experience will help you adapt more quickly and navigate challenges with confidence. When we look at the story of David, King David, when he was facing Goliath, he had relatives like me who were telling him, "Why are you not back in the field taking care of those small sheep of yours?" But once you start taking the risk process, you develop muscles, and it becomes like a stair. You take one risk, it takes you to the next. And that's why David was very confident to say, "I have dealt with the bear, and I have dealt with the lion. I will deal with Goliath." So do not be afraid to start, because the minute you start, then you build that muscles. And then you can look back and say, if I dealt with the bear and I've dealt with the lion, I'm going to deal with the Goliath that is in front of me. That's story number 1. Clap for me. Well done. Story number 2 is about myself. The year is 2000. I've just graduated from Daystar University, and if there's something I fear, other than hot porridge and city council, it is failure. I fear failure. So I had already told myself, there is no way I'm going to be sitting at home. So every morning I'd wake up and come to this capital city, attend those free conferences, go to the locals, by the way, go to the locals and listen there and sit. And I learned a lot, strangely, that I use today in my HR practice. I learned a lot because I'd sit there and I'd listen to tenants that are suing their landlords and all that kind of stuff. What I didn't want to do is to be idle. So every morning I got a mega rider. For those that are my age, would come into the city. Mega rider was a document that you'd got and you'd ride on stage for free. And I'd go around. Strangely at that time, imagine you had to drop hard copy CVs. And I don't know why HR, as much as I'm one of them, used to require us to write applications. So imagine I'm seated at home, I write applications, then I come around town, I'm dropping them, I'm photocopying, I'm dropping, looking for a job. And the next day, I'd go and ask, mutanipatia kazi ama mnipati? Kama mnipati nirudishieni CV yangu. Mi siwezi kwenda kuku. Yes. Well, don't tell me you'll keep it. You give me my CV to the next employer. Anyway, one day I told myself, let me take a trip from town. I've dropped my CVs in town. I've dropped in Westlands. Let me do a trip by Mugu. And I check Chiromo area. And when I got to Chiromo area, I'm asking watchmen. It's very good to make friends with the gatekeepers, by the way. They know a lot that is happening in Kapali. So I ask them, kuna kazi huku kwenyu? So they tell me yes. And one day I got lucky in Chiromo, and they told me, huku wanaandikanga watu kama nyinyi, young people, so get in there and put your CV. And I got a job. Merchandising job. Unajua ya kusimama kwa supermarket. Alafu unapatia, so I got that. Respect those people. You want to be one of them. So what happened with this company? Would get projects. So this time we were in supermarket selling world space. Mara tunauza vitu za charity sweepstake. Mara tunauza vitu zingine. But so the contract would end, would go home for a while, and then get a new contract and would be recalled back. So at this point, I waited. One contract for world space ended, and we went home. And I waited to be recalled. It was 3 weeks, nobody called me. Am I the one to stay at home? I came back to town. See, there are free conferences. See, there is locals. See, there kuna mahubiri inafanyika. See, I can deal with my heart also. So I came back to town. And one day while I'm walking on Loiter Street, I meet one of the ladies we used to work with in one of those projects. And she told me, Beatrice, ala, kwani you are not in this new project that we've been taken? And I'm like, there's a new project. No, I haven't been called. And she tells me, yeah, there's an IT company that has opened. They've taken some of us and you've not been picked. Guess, but we are starting on Monday. It was a Friday. And now we're starting on Monday. Who is there? So she tells me we are 15 of us, but it looks like some of us didn't go through. I asked myself, what's the worst that can happen? Nini itafanyika hii Kenya? Monday I report. Do I have a contract? No. So on Monday, I go to this company. She had told me where it is. And it is a group of youths, na tunaketi hapo chini, and I sat at the front. And you can see I'm a good communicator. So everybody knew me in that company. And I participated in internet. I learned how to do internet. I learned how to do all these things. So for I think it was a period of 1 week or 2 weeks. By the end of 2 weeks, I went through the training, I learned everything. I got to know everybody knew me, but I didn't have a contract to work for that company. On the last day, I started praying. I'm a born-again Christian. Me, I have a house. You hear those mansions in heaven? I have a beautiful one, and I tell God, keep it next to King David. King David was a vibe, eh? He was quite a vibe. And he's the only person the Bible says was good looking. The Bible describes him as good looking. When you see God telling you you're good looking, man, you're all that. And a bag of chips. So I like dancing, so I know my mansion is next there on that street. So on the last day, I'm praying, I'm telling God, what? I've gone through the training, I know everyone, the trainers know me, we've been having a vibe, what is happening? But now Friday, training inaisha na watu wanaingia job. Na me, I don't have a contract. God is God, eh? Like Mr. Dosso said, He's faithful. At that time, you know, when you're having a challenge, the rest of the people employed there, okay, unajua Monday, now you'll be back on the street. While I'm coming from lunch, I meet the CEO and the operations manager, speaking very heavy English. I like people who speak the American English accent. One day I'll have it. The next time I write the next book, I'll have an American accent. And so they're talking, they're saying, you know what, we need to start having a customer service department so that they can serve people. And they're saying, oh yeah, we need to have, Who is me? I stop right there. I tell them, excuse me, Do you know what? When it comes to customer service, that's where I thrive. Mimi, my best. I've sold radios, I've done charity sweeps. I wasn't lying. It is true, I've done this job. And I even explained to them, and by the way, Mimi's in a contract. I'm not part of your team, but I've been coming, I've learned internet, I know how to do dial-up, I know how to do this. And they tell me, really, that's so impressive. So you've been part of the training here, so you understand everything? No problem. Go to the HR department. Is it okay? In fact, you know, they were American, and American people are very, you know, wana heshima. So they asked me, is it okay if we move you from sales to customer service? Is it okay? I don't have a job, by the way, and there is no way I am going back to doing my law courts and parliament and wasting time in this capital city. I told them yes, so they just told me, go to HR department, tell them to put customer service, and I was their first employee. It's happened. In the department, and grew from there, and now I'm working in HR. That is part of stories I've told you. There are only 2. Imagine this book, my section number 14, and many others. There are so many stories about how our parents, you as a parent, encourage you to take risks. Because I submit it to you, Imagine when I was thinking about it, when a child is born and they have to walk. Have you ever but eventually they do. Amen. My star moment.
Let us put it together for Beatrice Kirui.
Hata sijamaliza. So,
Ni venye umemaliza time yako.
hakuna shida.
Ni time yako
So what am I saying? Inherently, in you, in every human being, whether male or female, you go to school, you make friends, and so just do just like we do. You will just like we go to the gym and we grow muscles and we get the shape that we want. The more you take risks, the more you engage into it, the more you're going to develop these muscles and you're going to be good in it. In the Bible, there's a story of 3 servants it's called the story of the talent. What I found to be most amazing is the servant that did not take a risk and invest his 1 talent. He wasn't called anything. He was called wicked. The master called him, you are a wicked person. So that means anytime you have an opportunity and you do not step forward to take that risk, even if you cannot see what is at the end of the tunnel, you are wicked. Let's go ahead and take this risk. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you Beatrice Kirui, author number 14, HR manager, author, speaker. Buy the book and get more stories like this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Beatrice. Let us put a proper for her. I need help with this mic. Nasha, please come for it. So that is Beatrice Kirui, and you've heard her stories. And that is just 1 chapter of the 14 chapters of the book. Interesting stories to learn from. And Beatrice says, if you're ever going to take any risk, make sure to have a risk-taking village. Ask your neighbor, what risk are you currently taking? How large is your village? Is this a village of 1? A village of 2? Make sure to have a village. Thank you, Beatrice. We move to our next speaker of the day. And this is none other than Julia Oyolo. Julia Oyolo is not in the country. She's out of the country. But she has sent a representative, Caroline Kusimba. Caroline Kusimba will be reading Julia's speech on her behalf. We are so glad to have you, and thank you for giving yourself to represent this co-author. Karibu sana. Will you get on top of the platform? Are you safe down here? You want to take a risk? Yes, let me take the risk. Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you. My name is Caroline Kusimba. Julie and I have been friends for 28 years. Every time I celebrate my son's birthday, I remember our friendship because we became friends before my last-born son was born. So I'm here to read her speech She would have loved to be here. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Julia Kasiva Oolo, a project manager, a personal development champion, a growth facilitator, and one of the co-authors of We Took the Risk. What an honor it is to have this opportunity to share a few words with you today as we celebrate the launch of this inaugural title that seeks to stir up conversation around women and risk-taking. A recent study from the University of Bath School of Management, women are less willing to take risks than men because they are more sensitive to pain of any losses they might incur than any gains they might make. This book is not just a collection of stories, but a testament to courage, resilience, and transformation. As I reflect on my journey and chapter I had the privilege to contribute, I'm reminded of a quote by Mark Zuckerberg. The biggest risk is not taking any risk. This statement resonates deeply because every pivotal moment in my life has been shaped by risks I didn't take, those that I chose to take, and perhaps more importantly, those I refused to shy away from, such as taking part in writing this book. In my chapter, I share a personal story of battling fear most of my life, the fear of failure, of people, and rejection. This led me to shrink back, hide from opportunities, feeling stuck and worthless. Fear robs you of your potential, robs you of opportunities. Fear is a thief of all that you are created to be. Sarah Parrish says, living in fear stops us from taking risks. And if you don't go out on the branch, you're never going to get the best fruit. It often takes shaking in situations such as the loss of jobs, businesses, and relationships to push us out of our comfort zone. Mine came with the organization I had worked for in 8 years, at the time coming into receivership. A restlessness grew in me in the following 2 years that pushed me to step out into not just a new job opportunity, but a new country. As an only child, this one of the fears that held me back from pursuing further studies outside the country. The question of what if something happened to my parents while I was so far away. At that time, the uncertainty was daunting. Yet, as I navigated that path, I realized that risk isn't about recklessness. It's about faith. Faith in yourself, in your vision, and in the process. Another quote that has always inspired me is from Brené Brown, who says, "You can choose courage or you can choose comfort, but you cannot have both." Courage implies firmness of mind and will in the face of danger or extreme difficulty. I read an attributed post recently that highlighted 6 areas of courage. 1, physical courage. That is the ability to keep going with resiliency, balance, and awareness. Social courage, to be yourself unapologetically. Moral courage, doing the right thing even when it is uncomfortable and unpopular. Emotional courage, feeling all your emotions, positive or negative, without guilt or attachment. Intellectual courage, to learn and relearn with an open and flexible mind. Spiritual courage, living with purpose and meaning through a heart-centered approach towards God and self. Writing my chapter for this book was an act of choosing courage, of bearing my truth so that someone somewhere might find the strength to take their leap of faith. We Took the Risk is more than a book. It's a call to action. It's a mirror that reflects the possibilities waiting on the other side of fear. Each story in these pages is a reminder that while the road may be uncertain, it is always worth it. To my co-authors, thank you. Thank you for your bravery in sharing your journey. Your stories have inspired me, and I know they will inspire countless others. To Zion Publishers, Mr. Radido and Dottie, thank you for taking the risk on us and pulling this project together. To everyone here today, I urge you to let this book be your permission slip to embrace risk as a necessary part of growth. In closing, let me leave you with the words of Helen Keller. Life is either a daring adventure or nothing at all. I hope that this book inspires you to embark on your daring adventure, whatever that may be. Thank you, and let's continue to take the risks that matter. That is from Julia Oyolo.
Round of applause for Caroline Kusimba representing Julia Oyolo. Thank you so much, Caroline. Like Julia has put on the same, the greatest risk is not taking any risk. So that is the greatest risk. Thank you so much. We continue with our speeches for the day. I told you to ask our neighbors if there's any risk they are currently taking. Did you get an answer? Ama hiyo story ya risk waliachana nayo. Even the risk takers in front here. Are you currently taking any? Get to know, because I might appoint you to tell us if neighbor is taking any or not. As we wait for her probably to join us later, I want to bring, let me bring the person who ought to have come forth, because now our third speaker is not here, and this is none other than Ms. Joyce Wangu. I hope I pronounced it well today. I normally call it Wangu. So Ms. Joyce Wangu is a transformative leader and a dedicated advocate for organizational excellence and quality education. She has over 14 years of experience transforming educational and nonprofit organizations across Africa, Asia, and Europe. Known for her commitment to delivering excellent results, her people-centered approach has set her apart as a thought leader in institutional growth and change management. Joyce has a passion for servant leadership and community service. Her commitment to making a difference extends beyond her professional roles, and she serves on school boards in her home community. As an avid adventurer, Joyce has summited Mount Meru, Mount Kenya twice, and Mount Kilimanjaro. Her vision for educational and social transformation inspires others to reach new heights personally and professionally. Let us put our hands together as we bring to the platform Joyce Wangu. Do you want it down here? Do you want to take a risk? You're welcome.
This is high, by the way, if you're in heels. Good afternoon, everybody. I wasn't prepared to come at this point. I don't know why, but here we are. I'll start by telling you a story. You've heard Dottie saying, have I pronounced my name correctly? You know, Wangu. How many of us know Wangu or Makeri? Or have heard of her? I can see my friends are like, yes, because I talk about her every chance I get. So Wangu Makeri, who features in my chapter, was the first and only chief headman of the Kikuyu community. That's at the beginning of the 1900s. Do you know how she became a chief? It's a controversial story. So, Wangu and the chief then, I think his name was Gakuru, they had an affair. Yeah. Hizo vitu hazijaanza leo. Oh, sorry for the non-Swahili speakers. But her husband found out. And so Gakuru wanted to appease her husband, and he offered her to be chief. Her husband said no. What did Wangu do? She raised her hand and said, I want to be chief. And she became chief. But it doesn't end there. She lost her chiefdom not long after, because there used to be a dance like a party place where people would just dance and showcase what they're good at. And women were not particularly allowed to do that back then. But Wangu danced. She danced until her clothes came off. And it was not an honorable thing. So it was a scandal. So she lost her chiefdom. I am as fiery as that Wangu. I think my parents knew when they were naming me. Let me get to my speech. Now the official one, the serious one. Mmeshtuka? Because of Wangu Amakeri. Anyway, but my family is here. Thank you, Caro. I see my sister, I see Raphael, my brother-in-law. I see Bridget, I see Aunt Lisa, I see my brother Tony. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate. Ladies and gentlemen and fellow risk takers, good afternoon. I am honored to stand before you today as we launch our book, We Took the Risk. Risk is often a word that conjures up fear, as you've heard. For many, it feels synonymous with uncertainty, failure, and loss. And yet, risk is also a door to opportunity, to innovation and progress. It is through risk that we grow and through growth that we succeed. In my journey, I have learned that risk is not the absence of fear. It is the decision to move forward in spite of it. And through risk, we unlock our potential and redefine what is possible. When I first began writing my chapter, I reflected upon my own journey and the moments where risk was not only an option, but the only way forward. You're going to see a lot of that in my book, especially when I was quitting jobs, changing jobs, becoming a mother. It's all there, trust me, all the drama and the juice. Now, where was I? 1 minute. So when I first began writing my chapter, I reflected on my journey and the pivotal moments where risk was not an option, but the way forward. Risk meant stepping out of a comfortable space and into the unknown, which often carried doubt and fear. But it was also in these moments of uncertainty that I found my strength, that I found my voice, and that I have eventually found my purpose. I was supposed to be a banker. I'm in education now. Huge transition. For centuries, women have found barriers in leadership. As I talked about Wangu, she was not supposed to be a chief. I think you also saw Kamala. She lost the election. I was hurt. So we faced a lot of barriers, but embracing risk allows us to break these barriers and redefine what is possible. One of the most personal lessons I share in the book is that risk often exposes us. It makes us vulnerable. But it is in this vulnerability that lies immense power. I learned this as I transitioned into roles and ventures that have tested my abilities, and each step outside my comfort zone has brought about growth and clarity. Risk forces us to step out of our comfort zones, and women who take risks not only inspire change, but in their own lives, but in their communities and in their industries. They become role models, which I hope all of us are aiming to be today, and pave the way forward for others. Risk-taking is a form of leadership in itself, and it drives collective progress. Our book is a collection of women who dared to take the leap, women who turned their what-ifs into why-nots. The journeys shared today remind us that failure is not the opposite of success. It is part of the process. Each step back is a stepping stone, and each detour is a lesson. To every woman here today, this book is your invitation to take that bold step, to start that business, to apply for that job, to speak up, to stand out, to lead. Your journey will not always be easy, but it will always be worth it. As we celebrate the launch of our book, We Took the Risk, let's also celebrate the spirit of risk-taking in all its forms, and let this book not only inspire conversations, but also actions. Let's encourage women everywhere around us that risk is not a threat, but it's a strategy for growth. I invite us all to read the book, to reflect, but most importantly, to act. Let us together create a world where every woman feels empowered to take risks, embrace challenges, and reach for greatness. Thank you.
Let's put this together for Joyce Wangu. Wangu, I'm still learning to pronounce it. I know I'll perfectly do. I'm realizing I need to climb up here so I have a surface to put my documents because they have caused me not to be able to properly use my mic. So when I have them here, then I can hold the mic close to my mouth and therefore become very audible to you people. Thank you, Joyce, for that. Joyce says risk-taking is not the absence of fear, but in the choosing to move forward despite of it. So what risk are you currently taking? And I would like also to announce that Katherine has just joined us, and she has told me she is ready for her speech. She doesn't want to wait. So our next speaker is going to be Katherine. Katherine is an extraordinary and a visionary entrepreneur, a marketing guru with an unmatched knack for creating campaigns that leave a lasting impact. A leader, a gifted storyteller, we are in for some good time, and a fearless risk taker. She has just come in and she's ready. Bring it. And here we are. Beyond her professional brilliance, she's a devoted wife, proud mother of 3, a daughter. She's a sister and a friend to many. Who better to ignite our imaginations and challenge our limits? Let's give a warm welcome to Katherine Jerry. Katherine, you're welcome to the podium. Come and tell us that story. Karibu sana. So our podium is a little up. If you want to take a risk, yes, you're welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Well.
Without much ado, I'm very honored to be here today. It's a day that, it's been interesting. It's been an interesting journey from the time that I said yes, I took this risk of writing a book, putting myself out there. Up to today, the day is finally here, and it's such a great privilege to have this opportunity to speak to all of you. So, as you've heard, I'm a storyteller, for those who know me, and I can speak and speak and speak. But I'll try to be brief and drive my point home, hoping, of course, to that you learn something and that I may inspire you through my story. And just to say something that if you had asked me if I would be writing a book or be featured in a book, that would be like number 25 on my to-do list this year. When I got into this project, it made me reflect a lot about, my life from childhood all the way to where I am today. And I think one of the reasons why Doso and his team approached me to be part of this is because earlier this year, I took a leap of faith and decided to go into business full time. I've been doing business here and there. I've always, from a young age, wanted to be a businesswoman or an entrepreneur, inspired by many women I had seen before and people who are in business. So I decided, why not take this leap of faith? And I wish I could tell you that, it was an easy decision. It came without, I did not hesitate, but that's not the case. It came with a lot of fear and a lot of what-ifs. And so I prayed about it. I reflected a lot. I consulted my inner circle, my support system about it, and decided, you know what, let me just do this. As I was reflecting, of course, I'm a spiritual person. I went into the Bible, and one of the verses that guided me was Isaiah, chapter 41, verse 10, which says, "Fear not, for I am with you. Be not dismayed, for I am your God. I'll strengthen you. I will help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand." So those are words that really encouraged me. And I said, you know what? Through my faith, I'm going to take this decision, and I'll do it without looking back. So for this book, it's not just a story. It's about taking that leap. And also combined with my faith and, the different experiences I've had over a decade. I've been in marketing, as you've heard, and I've always wanted to pursue and support different businesses all across, yeah? The challenges, the expectations were very high. What I can tell you about business, it's about a lot of sacrifices, yeah? Especially at the beginning. Today, you're the MD, tomorrow, you're the accountant. The next day, you're the one doing the cleaning, you're the one doing delivery and logistics. So you have to be very agile and it's called on me to be very agile, very flexible, and do things that I don't even like administration and other, very, tedious tasks. But I decided that, every risk comes with its challenges, and every journey has its, the lessons that I'm going to learn from it. So I think many of us many times we are at crossroads where you don't know which direction you want to go, whether it's about a career change, whether it's about a relationship, so many challenges and crossroads and decisions that we have to take. But what I can say is, or what I can pose to you is, what is God calling you to risk or to do? Yeah, and what fear do you need to release so that you can do it? And what version of yourself is waiting for you on the other side of the leap? So for me, I've gotten to learn a lot about myself through the process. I've also gotten to learn a lot about other people. So it's been a very eye-opening journey, and but it's been worth it. It's been worth it, and I think one of the qualities I've built is resilience, because if there's something that business does to you, it makes you practice your faith. Yeah? We were just joking the other day in a group of people who are doing business and saying, why don't we just have an event where we'll all meet and scream for like 2 hours, and then we go back to our normal lives, especially with the current geopolitical environment that is there. It's not easy, events, you wake up, an event has been cancelled, an investor has decided they're not going to pursue business in this country anymore. There are those things that you can't avoid. You had planned for them, you had put them in your nice strategic plan of all the things and milestones that you want to achieve, but then, must go happens and things are just crazy. So you don't give up, you adapt, you keep, keep the faith and keep trying and working and, always looking out for opportunities and solutions that will help you to work around all those different challenges. So today is not just about launching this book. I think it's been mentioned even by Wangu. It's about sharing our journeys. It's about appreciating our lives and where we've come from and what we have become today. And I think one of the things that for me stood out when I was writing the book is that sometimes we fail to appreciate those who came before us. And I tried looking at my journey, and I realized that I come from a family of women who are risk takers. My grandmother was a risk taker. You'll read about her story briefly in the book. It's just, being a chapter, it's a bit limiting, but I owe some of my, my DNA to her and some of the lessons I learned about taking risks. Same thing with my mom. She's always been a risk taker, always very aggressive, always going for what she wants and what she believes in. So I hope this will be a good reminder and an event that will inspire each and every person here, woman and man, to go for what you want and what you believe in. And I see all of you here, and the fact that you're here means you're after something, you want something more, and I just want to encourage you to go for it, and the journey is always worth it, and craft your own story. Let it be unique, let it be different. We were not born to just toe the line. We were born to, blaze a trail. So I hope you'll be inspired that despite your fears, one of the things I know that women really battle with is imposter syndrome. And I think I spoke about it in the webinar because you find that opportunities come knocking, but we talk ourselves out of them. We say that, I don't have a CPA K, yet maybe you're a CPA, And then the person who gets the job is not even an accountant, and you're left wondering, hey, okay, what happened here? Yeah? So as women, I think we need to encourage each other, challenge each other. The worst you can get is a no and you move on, cry for a few days and move on. But let's fight it. My daughter is here today with us, and I hope that she'll also become a risk taker at an early age, not like us, not like me. I'm risking when I'm, almost entering the 4th floor. But yeah, so I want to encourage every woman, go for what you believe in, always give it a try, and you never know, God will just make it happen for you. So thank you for being here today to celebrate this special moment with me and with all the co-authors. And may we all continue to rise together, take risks, calculated risks, that will make us stronger, better, and help us to live to our full potential. So I want to thank, I'd invited so many people, and I'm really thankful to all of them for the support. And today I'm here with my husband, Gonzaga, who's been a very good support system for me. And I'm thankful, my friend Naomi, my daughter Gemma, you can stand up. My cousin Barbara is also here. Jemima, my good friend from nursery. And Maggie, thank you so much. Is there anyone who I invited who I have not mentioned? I don't think so. And all of you for being here today, taking time off of your busy schedule. I know one of the things we struggled with today is that there are so many things happening, from graduations to rorashios to, circumcision ceremonies, and many other things that have been going on these last few weeks. But you decided to, be here and support this cause. So thank you very, very much, and do have a lovely afternoon, rest of your evening, and I hope we'll interact again. This is not the end, so hoping to see you again. Thank you.
Round of applause for her. Thank you, Katherine, for that inspiring testimonial. We appreciate you, and we want to give a special honor to the youngest attendee. set, after which we will give you, the audience, some time to ask any questions if you have. And I think that will be good because then we'll get to experience them more than what they have just spoken from the platform. So I want to bring to us our next speaker, and this is Priscilla Kerebi. We agreed if we are clapping, we are clapping. Yeah, there's a say that goes, I'll keep clapping for others until my turn comes. So Priscilla has decided, before you introduce me, I want you to talk about me while I'm standing there. You're very welcome. So Priscilla is a dynamic entrepreneur, marketing professional, and a gender equality advocate with a passion for youth skills development, vocational education, co-founder of EdSource Africa Limited, and vice chair of KEPSA's Education Sector Board. She champions policy, advocacy, sustainable development, and inclusive frameworks. Kopir Afia Foundations. Let us now put our hands together as she takes the microphone. You are welcome, Priscilla.
Thank you, Dottie. By the way, I think I just came here by mistake. I didn't know how it was working. Thank you. And I'm really honored to be here this afternoon. Where do I start? So first of all, I've also come with my daughter. So maybe Gemma may not be the youngest. I've also come with my daughter today. Sorry? Yeah. I've also come with my daughter, and I also see my friend Alice and Jane. I don't know if there's anybody else, but I know there's some who are still on their way. I'm very honored to be here today. A few weeks ago, I had gone to the market, and while I was looking for whatever it was I was buying, the guy who I was buying from was telling his friend, because of the Lutonomics, he was like, "Aki mi sahi ndo nasikia ningesoma zaidi, nijue kizungu. Sahi ningekuwa kwa ofisi nikichapa kizungu mob. Sasa hii ni story gani?" I wanted to tell the guy, my friend, uko sasa ndio kuna mashida. Afadhali hapa you can pick one coin or so. So I started my career in sales and marketing. Oh, the reason I told you that story is because I'm going to request you to allow me to read my speech. I'm not very good at speaking from, like, guys just talk. I'm hoping I can go and learn pedagogy, or is it learning master, I don't know, some master class to speak from my mind. So please allow me to read. So I started my career in sales and marketing. And for anyone who's ever been in sales, I think that is the real risk. Those are the real risk takers. Sales teaches you patience, mostly, please bold, patience and resilience. And I think with that, you can do anything. And I think from there, it's easy to progress now into self-employment or entrepreneurship. So now to my speech. So I just want to say that I have had various defining moments when it comes to risk-taking. I remember when I finished from university, Baraton University, very many years ago. That's where I met Alice. I had the choice of either looking for a job or joining the family business. My dad, at that point, or still is, running a marketing, advertising, and event management firm. So for me, that was the point when I had to decide, do I look for a job or do I go into the family business? So I decided to go into the family business. I think I speak a little bit about it in the book. And so from there, my life took a trajectory that now looking back, I'm actually deeply thankful for, because this decision also helped me transition into entrepreneurship, which I believe, again, is another very big risk, because you step into the unknown and often with no guarantees. But looking back, I see that it was also those challenging moments that I grew most. I learned, I evolved, and I found strength in now everything that I'm doing. During the process of writing my chapter, I also came about something called learned helplessness, which goes hand in hand with imposter syndrome. And a lot of women suffer from that. So as I reflect on my journey, I am also particularly proud of a unique challenge I took. When Mr. Doso called me to take up this opportunity, I was excited, but at the same time I was writing another book simultaneously, and they both had the same deadlines. So the book that I was working on is called The Ethic of Excellence. It's a book that explores the value of fair opportunities and nurturing ethical leadership. So balancing these two projects taught me discipline and focus, and together, these books represent my commitment to inspiring others and creating a meaningful impact. As I was sitting here, my friend Jane sent me a message. She was like, "I know you're a real risk taker." Jane is I don't know if she'll allow me to say this, but she's the CEO of Kenya Association of International Schools. And for a very long time, we were trying to do some project together. So we signed a contract in 2016. We eventually did this project in 2019. And she was like, my God, if patience was a person. So I'd also want to say that none of this would have been possible without the foundation laid by my parents, whose unwavering dedication has taught me the importance of perseverance and the strength that comes from believing in your own vision. My mother especially has shown me the courage it takes to embrace risks and see challenges not as obstacles, but as stepping stones. This book, We Took the Risk, is a reminder that risks create opportunities, open doors, and pave the way for others. To every reader, I'd like you to know this. Risks are not meant to be easy, but they are always transformative, and each risk taken is a step toward growth. So as I conclude, I just want to share that the one woman, I've already talked about my mother, and she's the one woman who has really influenced my journey greatly. Mrs. Margaret Masara, she's not here today. She had to travel home. She stands as a remarkable example of courage and resilience. She broke down boundaries in an industry where nurses, especially women, were not allowed to operate their own medical clinics. But she went against the odds and carved a path for herself. 40 years later, she's still doing that. She's still doing what was thought impossible, inspiring generations, and with her unwavering determination and pioneering spirit. A nurse by profession, she was trained by missionary nurses, and often shares wisdom she learned from them. She calls them sisters. And she tells me, she always reminds me, every time I'm feeling low, or every time I'm like, I am not taking this chance, or I'm not taking this risk. So she'll always tell me, Omongina, that's what she calls me. For a woman, as long as you have had the opportunity to get an education, you have been empowered to be whatever you want to be. I hope that sinks with all of you. The sky is not even the limit. So finally, to the young people here or wherever who are watching us, or who will ever get to watch this, I want to remind you that every great achievement begins with a leap of faith. Risk is the bridge between where you are and where you aspire to be. Remember, the greatest stories ever told are those of individuals who dared to risk. Let yours be one of them. As we launch this book, I hope it inspires you to take risks of your own, to trust your journey, and to embrace the challenges that come with it. I have come to appreciate that writing is an act of vulnerability, because in writing you expose your thoughts, your experiences to the world, and you require courage to share private reflections to the public, knowing that you will be criticized or misunderstood. Through the pages of this book, the co-authors embraced our vulnerability and turned our personal journeys into stories that we hope will empower and inspire others to boldly pursue their own. I'll finish off with Ariana Huffington. She says, we need to accept that we won't always make the right decisions, that we will screw up royally sometimes, but understanding that failure is not the opposite of success, it's part of success. To my co-authors, thank you for the collaboration and for your dedication to this project. And thank you very much, Dottie and Mr. Doso of Zion Pearl for giving us this opportunity. Thanks.
Let's put our hands together for Priscilla. Thank you so much. And thank you for reminding me that we have another junior in the house. So, because we did it for one, it is just fair that we do for both. Can we put our hands together for our next young attendee? Hi there. Just give us a wave. Thank you for joining us. You know, one of the things I hear from these ladies as we had conversations with them is that most of them are saying they were exposed to risk-taking while they were young. So these ones are just learning, and you can't imagine what is going to become of them when they get to the ages that we currently are. So it's a good thing to bring them to such forums. It's an opportunity for them to hear from other people other than mommy and learn some lessons that can help them forward. Thank you for that speech. I want to bring to us our sixth speaker of the day, and this is Dorin Irungu. Dorin Irungu is a transformative leader and a social entrepreneur dedicated to empowering rural women in Kenya through Ustawi Africa. She promotes regenerative farming, climate adaptation, and economic resilience, impacting over 10,000 women. Recognized globally, Dorin is a 2024 Tech Women Emerging Leader and World Food Prize TAP pioneer, advancing sustainable agriculture and gender equality with innovative community-driven solutions. Can we put our hands together as we bring to the podium Dorin Irungu? Karibu, Dorin. Will you take a risk? Risk takers take risks. You're welcome.
Good afternoon, beautiful people. My name is Dorin Irungu, and I'm so excited to be here. And thank you all for taking the risk to be with the risk takers. And thank you, sir, for taking the risk. It's the risk, and thank you for taking it. I'm so excited to be here. I came yesterday night from the AU in Addis Ababa, and I flew to be together with this team. And I could not miss being with these beautiful ladies and launching. We took the risk. I'm a founder of a startup, and I'm so happy to be together with other founders here. Sorry. And when Mr. Radido approached me is when I wrote the story of my fellow founder from Nigeria who committed suicide. And it touched me so much. I remember I cried for 3 days because I was going through a lot of pressure by that time, being an entrepreneur and a founder. Actually, I'm a 3 times founder of a startup. And I could feel the pain that made my friend commit suicide. And when I wrote his story, that's when Mr. Radido approached me. And at the end of what I had written about Chris, I said like this, and I'll read the same post that I posted. Or I can read all of it. I written to Nick and I said, our dearest Nick Imudia, waking up to the news all over the internet that you took your life is one of the most heartbreaking things I can imagine. During your time as the CEO, you brought so much light to our community. You gave our children hope of becoming, as they were able to do their homeworks in time. You lit up small houses in forgotten areas and made our marginalized women smile. Probably nobody ever told you that during the dusk to dawn curfew in the banditry-prone areas of Baringo, Elgeyo Marakwet, Laikipia, Samburu, Turkana, and West Pokot counties, hundreds, if not thousands, of kids were born. And they were born because the pregnant women, they had something we call delight. We all know delight. The only thing the new mothers had during the time of pain and during the time of curfew was a delight lamp. As a community developer, I have traveled as far as Turkana in Kenya. I always see a direct torch or a lamp on a grass-thatched Manyatta house, charging under the sun. In my visit to thousands of the households in the rural area and semi-arid areas of Kenya, including mud huts, thatched roof houses, and simple brick homes, I have yet to see a single one without a direct ramp. I have seen Maasai men walking in the desert, carrying this lamp, relying on the sun to keep them safe throughout the night. My dear Nick, as a founder working with these communities, far from your home in Nigeria, I admired your leadership. I admired the innovation, the creativity, and how you solved one of the biggest problems in my community. I have not enough words to complete this, neither enough words to comfort your family. I don't have enough words to say. Rest in peace. Dear founders and entrepreneurs, this journey of entrepreneurship is tough. We are human with so much on our shoulders. Celebrate your wins when you can. When you face setbacks, pat yourself on the back for trying and learning the experience. Don't be a loner. Please learn to speak out. Suicide is not an option. Talk to someone about the issue that is killing you inside. If you need to quit, please do so. There is always a second chance. Dear mentors, investors, and fathers, many of you know the stress that comes with entrepreneurship. It's time we start talking about mental health among founders and entrepreneurs. Let's have mental health sessions within so many fellowship and accelerators that are on our table. Don't just fund us. Sometimes take time to ask us, how are you doing? How is your family doing? How is your mental health? And that's the poster I did to my friend. As a founder, in this book, I have contributed to a chapter, and this chapter is called Beyond the Pitch. When you look beyond the pitch, what do I mean? When I meet every given entrepreneur, when I meet every investor, even before they ask me, how are you doing, Dorin? The first thing they ask for is something that we call the pitch deck. Can I see your pitch deck? And I wrote, beyond the pitch deck, I have a life. I'm a mother, I'm a CEO, I'm an entrepreneur, and I'm chasing fads, and there is other things about me. Some of them are the mental health of the founders. Others are the issues that kill us inside, and we cannot be able to explain them in a simple document like a pitch deck. And that's why I wrote Beyond the Pitch. This is a story of an African woman who is a founder of 3 startups, and it is also a story of so many founders here, and the pain that we go through when we are trying to navigate through accelerators, through projects, through financial statements, and through every other document that people whom we work with, they require. And from the time Mr. Radido invited me to write this book, I have had a time to reflect so much on who we are, and it does not only end there, it has also given me an opportunity to go behind the tent and talk to even the policy makers, because currently we are working with several organizations and we are trying to do so many policies that can be observed by investors and people like founders, and how they need to think beyond just chasing money and chasing whatever we are chasing. I'll read a sentence from my own book because it's very important. And what I have written in page 77 of my book, I want to read it. We as founders, we are invisible architects, the bridge builders laying the groundwork for the bright future in Africa. A content that is remarkably leads the world in the number of women entrepreneurs, with a staggering 26% of the business being owned or run by women. This figure dwarfs those in Europe, which is 5%, and that of US, which is only 20%. Despite these impressive numbers, African women still face an uphill climb, often remaining at the bottom of the economic ladder. Why this disparity exists deserves an exploration. We aim to identify the gap, discuss what are necessary and most important to unlock our full potential. We connect communities and foster innovation, yet our stories remain largely untold. Our voices unheard in the cacophony of the business world. And this is a call to action, a clarion call that pierces the veil of silence surrounding the struggle we face. In Festa, we urge you to look beyond the stereotype. Within us lies a wellspring of potential waiting to be unleashed. Grant programs designed to empower must open their doors wide. Consider mentorship opportunities and target funding initiatives that address the specific challenges faced by women founders. Let our ideas be judged on merit, not on basis of gender. Together we can light the narrative. By dismantling those barriers, we unlock a way for progress, a tide of waving of innovation that will propel Africa forward. Imagine the possibilities when the playing field is leveled, when female founders like me and you stand shoulder to shoulder with their male counterparts, their talents and vision celebrated. This is not just my story. It's a collective role for change. Let our voices be heard, our potential recognized. Together under the first African sky, we can build a future where female founders are not just visible, but unstoppable force shaping the economic landscape of Africa. And I champion the matters of female founders who are taking risks like me, and I am the only farmer in the house. Do you have any other farmer? Let me see. I have three. And I'm the only, okay, we are four. We are four farmers in the house. I farm in Laikipia and I work with the rural women. We champion for regenerative agriculture. We also champion for matters that has to do with climate change, making sure that the communities in the semi-arid areas, like I've mentioned, in Laikipia, in Barigo, in Marquette, they are able to adopt to a better way of farming, getting water harvesting systems, and also getting renewable energy to make their farm become green always. And we don't have to rely on land-fed agriculture. Thank you so much.
Let us put our hands together for Dorin. Thank you, Dorin, for the work you're doing with the rural women. And thank you for sharing the story about your friend, the so touching story. You know, as she was speaking, and I'm remembering the very first speaker talked about having villagers of risk takers. Then you realize probably that was absent. And so there was no one that her friend could talk to. So it is coming out as something very fundamental when you want to venture in risk taking. Thank you so much for sharing with us. We go to our next speaker of the day, but I want to also remind us that we have social media platforms, and we know you do too. So we thought, why not collect a nugget, post it there, take a selfie, take a picture of, we have so many, posters. Take a picture of something, someone, take a picture of me. You can take a picture of anyone, anything, and just post somewhere, and remember to tag Zion Pearl. Our hashtag is We Took the Risk, with all the first letters of those words capital. We, W capital, T capital, and R capital. We Took the Risk is our hashtag. We also want to just remind us that we have a YouTube channel, Zion Pearl Global Network. We would like you to go there, subscribe, Can we get our phones? If you have a phone and you've not yet subscribed and you want to support this project, just get your phone, search for Zion Pearl Global Networks, and you can subscribe there. And by doing so, you'll be supporting the work that these women, these incredible women are doing. Thank you so much for doing so. I've not seen us remove our phones. I want to imagine you've already subscribed or you're doing it secretly so that we don't see you. So that is still okay. So I want to bring to us our last speaker of this first session. I said at the end of the second session, we are going to have a brief session of Q&A. If there's something you have heard spoken about here and you need clarity on it, that is the time to bring it up. You have a question, you want any of them directly or generally ask the entire cohort, you can also ask them. So prepare your question, you can write it down, you can begin to frame it so that when the time comes, you get the opportunity and you can put it up. So I want to bring our next speaker, and this is Jackie Matarimo. I'm used to us clapping when a name is mentioned. Are we already? By the way, I think there's something I need to say that I've not said. You know, when we declare the book officially launched, we'll be having some refreshments. Yeah, so if maybe someone is feeling like, why are we not biting anything? We are going to bite something. We are going to bite something. Just wait, once the book is declared officially launched, that will be a good time to take something. So our next speaker is Jackie Matarimo. Jackie is a dynamic entrepreneur steering successful ventures in interior design, cleaning, and events companies. With over a decade of expertise as a customer experience manager in fintech, Jackie blends creativity, precision, and innovation. Her journey inspires success and reinvention across industries. Can we put our hands together as we bring Jackie Matarimo to the microphone? And some of you are letting me down. Some are not even clapping, you know. Imagine kama ni wewe, you're the one coming and no one is clapping. So with that, can we give a hand clap? Thank you.
Thank you, Dottie. My heart skipped a bit. I thought I was in the second session for speaking, yeah? So as you've heard, my name is Jackie Matarimo. As you can see, my title, CEO, I'm manifesting that title. Thanks to my good TikToker, she speaks a lot about manifesting. And just like Katherine, like 2 months ago, I decided to quit employment and took a risk of starting my own company. It's called Without a Hitch Interior Design. So I deal with interior design. I'm also venturing into a cleaning business and also event planning. Yeah, so employment is, when COVID happened, we all know what happened when COVID happened. So most of us lost our jobs, and I found myself in that space of not having a job. So I love beautiful spaces. I love beautiful spaces. So I used to go to my friends' houses, just give them ideas, you know, buy this, let's do this. And then a friend of mine told me, Jackie, do you know you can actually do this and make money out of it? So 2 years of COVID, I did interior design. 2 years, and I was making good margins. Then employment came and knocked. We know that comfort we have at the end of the month, you know, there's this amount I'm getting, that comfort. I went back to employment. Imagine after building my company for 2 years, nikayeka huko chini ya kitanda, I went back to employment. So since, when was the year? Since 2002, I went back to employment. I worked with different companies, and then September this year, I decided to take a sabbatical. And again, the fire of running my own company came up, and I'm now doing full-time without a hitch, and I'm very proud of where I am right now. So back to why we are here. So I'll give you a story. Everyone is starting with a story. Let me also give you guys a story. Though I'm not a storyteller, I'll try to be one. So I grew up in Kawangware, the slums of Kawangware. And as I was growing up, I knew that was not the life for me. Trust me. Anyone who has grown up in the slums, we all know what goes on in the slums. And I used to tell myself every single day that this is not the life I want for myself. I want a beautiful life. I want a good life. I want to travel. I want to live in a nice house. We used to live in a small room whereby it has been partitioned by a curtain. Parents wanalala huku, you guys are sleeping here. So I was like, this is not the kind of life that I want. And I can say that I became a risk taker from a very young age. So I come from a very humble background. So by the time I was going to high school, I remember mom telling me, my mom is my hero, that woman, God bless her. I remember my mom telling me, you know how things are hard at home. So she used to go look for bursary. So I got school fees through bursary. So when it came to the shopping, because I was in a boarding school, mama was like, itabidi umechangamka kidogo utafute pesa ya shopping. So I know how to braid hair nicely. So I got this idea of taking a stool, putting it outside our house, and I will tell people, come, let me braid your hair. And that is how I used to make my pocket money and money for shopping all throughout my high school life. Yeah, so after high school, a friend of mine, we went in the same high school, but she got pregnant while we were in Form 2, and she moved to Mombasa. She went and started life in Mombasa. So immediately after high school, she was like, hey, Mombasa ni kuzuri, you come, we try life. I told my mom, I want to go to Mombasa. My mom was like, unaenda Mombasa kufanya nini? I don't even have an ID. Do you have transport to go to Mombasa? I'll plait people's hair, I'll get transport, I'll go to Mombasa. And that is how I went to Mombasa. Stayed there for 1 year. Let me tell you, life was something else. It was really hard, and it was during post-election time. Trust me, I made sure I came back home because life was not easy. I made my way from Mombasa throughout that chaos, all the way to Nairobi, and then now I had to figure out what I wanted to do with my life. Of course, my parents were not able to take me to college at that particular time, but my mom was like, you know, Pastor so-and-so has an NGO. Let me speak to him and see if he can get something for you to do. Thank God, I got a position as a volunteer. It was an NGO that was supporting children who were either infected or affected with HIV and AIDS. So I was a volunteer for like 6 months. I am a very quick learner, and I know how to tetea myself. I know how to position myself. When I see an opportunity, I know how to grab it. So I really positioned myself very well. At the end of it, I got a permanent position at that NGO. So I worked at that NGO for a few years, and then I got an idea, another risk. I got an idea. I was like, these Wazungus that are coming here, they have a lot of money. Why can't I also, because I've learned the ropes, why can't I start my own NGO? I mean, I know all the ropes. I've been with this NGO for like 3-4 years, so I know all the ropes. So in my head, I thought Wazungus had different pockets, like money was just everywhere. So I went, I registered a CBO. I got all the papers that I needed. And I decided to communicate to some of the sponsors that I thought were my friend at that time, that I want to start my own NGO. Well, some of them were like, well, it's a good idea, but we all know that how Wazungus are loyal. Let me tell you, if there's something that I learned from Wazungus, they do not joke with loyalty. So that is a risk that I was willing to take, or I took, but flopped. Because at the end of the day, I did not start my own NGO. I still have that certificate in the house to date. That CBO certificate up to date. But I I did not give up at that particular point, but of course things did not go as expected, and then I went to some sales jobs. Nimesikia watu wengi hapa wamekuwa kwa sales. So I was selling accounts for Equity Bank and KCB Bank. Kawangware Market, I used to be there for like, I think 6 months. It got to a point that when those Mama Soko people saw me, they used to run away because I will start, you will have to open that account. And opening an account, we used to tell you, of course, it's free, but once you've signed, we tell you, no, you know you have to deposit like 500 or 1,000 bob. So it's not really free. And I will not leave that place until you open that account. So they knew how aggressive I was. So when it was market day, they see me, sure, because they know they are going to open the accounts and they're going to give me that, not actually give me, they're going to deposit that 500 bob into the account. So that is how aggressive I was. So in my life, I have taken so many risks. The other day when the book came out, my son was reading my chapter. My son could not believe. So my chapter is called From a Tea Girl to the Corporate World. I was a tea girl. As much as I look this good, I was a tea girl. So my son was reading my chapter and he could not believe. He was like, Mom, oh my God, do you mean you are a tea girl? I'm like, yeah, you guys know this side of me, but you don't know the other side of me. After my son finished reading my chapter, he gave me a hug and told me, Mom, I am so proud of you. Like, we didn't know that, you went all through this for us to be where you are. And I was like, those are sacrifices that I was making so that you guys can be where you are today. I have 2 children. I have a son. His name is Ace. He's 12 years old, turning 13. And my daughter, her name is Aliyah. She's 8 years old. I love them so much. They give me the power and will to go on. I raise them by myself, so you can imagine. Yeah? So that is why we have to take risks each and every day, because we want a better life for our children. We don't want them to live the kind of life that we lived. I had prepared a small speech. Let me just read it quickly. My time is up. Give me 2 more minutes. And then I was saying I'm not a storyteller. Anyway, so first of all, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Adoso for giving me the incredible opportunity to contribute to this book. So when Mr. Adoso first called me to be part of this project, I thought it was a con. So until he gave me, squeezy, si kuzuri sana. So I was skeptical about the project, but after one phone call with him, everything changed. I remember telling him that the longest piece I have ever written were the compositions and initials that we wrote back in high school. Writing my chapter felt like a risk itself. It meant opening up and sharing parts of my life that not many people know about. The process was both exciting and nervous. It took me about 2 days to complete my chapter, filled with mixed anticipation and self-reflection. Looking back now, I'm so glad I took that risk. Writing my story has been transformative, and I'm proud to be part of this incredible project. Thank you, Mr. Doso, for believing in me and for encouraging me to share my story. To my incredible authors, this book is not just my story, it's our collective story of courage, resilience, and growth. Your voices have made the book powerful, authentic, and inspiring. To my family, my friends, your support has been my foundation. To the publisher and the entire team behind this project, thank you for the guidance, expertise, and believing in our vision. We took a risk, was born out of shared experiences of bold decisions and stepping into the unknown. Each story within these pages reflects not only challenges, but also transformative power of trusting oneself and embracing the unexpected. The book is about more than just taking risks. It's about learning to grow through them. It's about understanding that failure is often just a stepping stone to something greater. In a world where uncertainty seems to dominate, stories of resilience and determination are more important than ever. My hope is that We Took a Risk will inspire everyone who reads it to find the courage to chase their dreams, even when the path ahead of us is unclear. Thank you.
Let us put it up for Jacqueline. Thank you, Jacqueline, for sharing your story. You know, as you were talking and talking about the CPO that you began and how it turned out, I'm remembering one of the things that came up in most of our pre-launch webinar conversations, calculated risk. And I will just get you on the side and ask you, did you calculate that risk? Was it a calculated one? Or it was a reckless one? All the same risk can turn out rewarding or can turn out otherwise. All the same, we have to keep taking risk. Thank you for that. So we come to a point when we want to take a biological break. You can reach out to that person you have been feeling like saying hi to. Maybe they look familiar or you just find them attractive, whatever reason. You can reach out to someone and say hi. Before we do that, if you have the book, please raise it up. Okay. When you hawana, we have books out there. You can purchase one if you're in a position to today. If not, you can also ask for information about how you're able to order online, and we'll have the book delivered to you. This is a book you want to have because the stories are so inspiring and transformative. So we are going to take a break. Like I said, we will have a brief Q&A session after the second set of speeches, which is much less than the speeches we have had already. And at the end, when we officially declare the book launched, we'll have some refreshment. So just hold on a little bit. I know sometimes maybe you rushedly came here and didn't get to have a proper meal in the day, but you will get something to keep you going until you get your dinner in the night. So we are free to take a break. Make sure you take that opportunity to network. Hakikisha, you know somebody you didn't know when you came here. We always say in such events, you never know who you get to meet. Maybe this is your next door to your next phase, or your next door to your next big thing. So just make sure you get to talk to someone. To our highly esteemed authors, we appreciate you. Congratulations. You know what? You are the next, after the official launch, you are officially published. After the official launch, because you're making it official, you're already published. I remember in the previous launch, I was told to call them by published author Judy Nguru, published author Dorin Irungu. See, so when you declare the book officially launched, there is a title that comes before your name to add to your other titles. We may take a break. Let us get back in 10 minutes.
later iwake nikikuwa huko. Niko wewe na shoot.
Direct people back into the hall. Welcome back. Welcome back. Please come back to the hall. So we can move to our next session. So our 10 minutes are all gone. We had a 10 minutes biological break and a bit of networking and saying hi, meeting people, of course. And so it is time to get back to our seats so we can proceed with the program. So if you're already in the hall, I kindly request us to take our seats. If you're already in the hall, please let us take our seats. Kindly have your seat. Thank you. Business services and strategic communications. The company has supported over 200 businesses in their journey towards sustainable growth. With a background in business management, Elen is passionate about fostering innovation and empowering young and women entrepreneurs. Her initiatives such as Digitize Her Biz and the Venture Market Expo have been instrumental in equipping entrepreneurs with the tools they need to succeed. Beyond her professional life, Elen is a foodie who enjoys exploring different African cuisines. She's also a mentor and a connector, having been part of the organizing committee for international forums like the African Summit for Entrepreneurship and Innovation, TEDx Kisumu, and East Africa Poetic Hour Battle to bring together brilliant minds and drive positive change. After break, it may be difficult to bring our hands together, so put them apart. Then can we put our hands together for Elen as she comes to the microphone? And we agreed when we are clapping, we are clapping. Elen, you're welcome. You want to take a risk? Yeah, definitely. Please do. How was it?
Not so hard. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
How are you doing? My name is Elen Noino. It is truly an honor to be here as the most recent published author. Thank you so much, Zion Publishers, for having me together with these other awesome women in this room. I just want to say that I could see myself in so many women, more so the speeches that have been said here today. And I'd want to start by saying I see myself in Katherine, as she started when she said that she didn't imagine that she could be an author. So for me, if you would have asked me, let's say 6 months ago, if I would have been an author, it would definitely be a no, because I didn't see myself even in the next 2 years or 3 years, because I always associated book writing with those people who have made it. You see those people who are change makers, who have gone to the moon and come back. So nilikuwa naona, hey, writing a book is not for someone like me. But the beauty about being a risk taker is that you take the chance. You take that opportunity as it comes, regardless of whether you are prepared or not. So, yeah, so my journey is very interesting. I'll not go back, I'll not say it, sitaenda kwa how I grew up, nini, but I can just say that to me, entrepreneurship has really been interesting, and it has really taught me a lot. And I remember, if you go through the book, I mentioned that entrepreneurs are usually like not sane people. It's like sisi tulirogwa. Because how do you explain the fact that you're running a business, you do not have a client for 6 months, haujapata client hata moja, lakini bado uko tu. Unaamka unasema, mimi niko na biashara, I'm running this company, and you're confidently saying it. So it has been a very interesting journey. And I could just, looking back, I could look at the risks that I've been able to take. And I could comfortably say that those two small things has led me here today. And I would also want to say that risk-taking is a journey. It's not a destination. And 2 weeks ago, I was having a conversation with my personal person, and I was really lamenting about how business has not been well this year. All things have not gone right, nini. And he looked at me and he just told me, you know, your problem, or rather your main challenge, is that you do not believe in yourself enough. And it hit me. You know, mtu akikwambia your weaknesses to your face, it hits even deeper as compared to you probably doing a self-reflection and all that. So it made me realize that as much as I've reached where I am, I still have these weaknesses and I still have these fears that I'm battling with. And those have really not deterred me from pushing on forward. So I would just like to you don't have to be 100% strong for you to take that risk. You don't have to calculate that risk 100% for you to have certainty. So just go with it as it starts. In Luo, we usually say chaka chaka, which means just start. Whatever you have, oh yeah, that could tell you I'm from that region. So whatever idea you have, whatever decision you want to make, you just start. Hizo zingine wata tu zikupate mbele. It might not be a good advice, but what hizo zingine zikupate mbele. So another thing that I would probably like to say is that as much as you have that fear of making that risk, find something else that you fear the most that will propel you. To me, what has really propelled me is fear of poverty. And I was sharing the same sentiments with Jacqueline, because Jacqueline mentioned that she's from that humble background. Same as me. Mimi yangu ni humble of the humblest. And I would never wish to go back to that life. So something that has really been propelling me to wake up every morning to push forward is I do not want my kids to live the same life that I lived. It is not a good life. Kama uko na pesa kwa hii room, ebu furahia pesa yako. Pesa ni mzuri, pesa ni tamu. So to me, just that fear has been pushing me to make calculated risk. Some of them are not even calculated, let me not lie to you, but just taking that opportunity, because you never know. You never know what might happen with that idea or rather that decision. So that fear has been pushing me forward. So for you also, find something else that you fear and let it be your driving force. So I think I am done, and I just want to leave a few insights to those who are in entrepreneurship or rather planning to venture into it. My last sentiment is to all women out there who may be hesitant to take that leap. Remember that every risk carries the potential for great reward. Yes, the fear is real and the journey will be tough. But in the end, it's the risks we take that led to the most meaningful growth and success. For me, the journey continues. As I mentioned, I still have these other insecurities, but the journey continues for me. Every day is a new opportunity to embrace uncertainty and push the boundaries of what I thought possible. The world is full of risks, and it's up to you, or rather up to us, to take them. Thank you.
Thank you, Elen. Let us put our hands together for Elen. You see, we are hearing very interesting stories here. I've laughed at Elen saying the fear of poverty has made her not to fear risk-taking. Poverty, poverty, poverty. At least you existed, so Elen has become a risk-taker. Thank you for sharing, Elen. Risk-taking, you have said, is not a journey. It is a journey and not a destination. So don't consider it a destination. You keep moving with it. Thank you, Elen. So we get to our next speaker, and this is Unice Ong'ele. We agreed? Yes. We do it, meaning it. So Unice Ong'ele is a marketing and business development professional with over 2 decades of experience driving strategic growth, fostering strong stakeholder relationships, and delivering impactful results across East Africa. Her career journey reflects a deep commitment to aligning global strategies with regional market dynamics.
Thank you, Dottie, for that introduction. Sometimes when you're introduced and people say things about you, you sometimes sit back and wonder, is that me they're talking about? So that was my moment there. Thank you, Mr. Doso, for giving us this opportunity. And I think I want to also thank my family for being here. My brother there, Victor, Olivia behind there. My brother also has joined me online, Willis. My husband also has joined online. And all those friends of mine were online. I also have June over here, who has joined me, a very good friend of mine, and some are also coming. Now, I want to start this with a story. And before I do the story, when you go to read my book, the first sentence there would be a quote by Mel Robbins. And it goes like this: you have been assigned this mountain so that you can show others it can be moved. Not on the spiritual side, but on the mental side. Now, a few weeks ago, we went to Sagana for a team building. And the team building event, for those guys who've been to Savannah, it's a place where there's a lot of water activities, whereby you are required to do a few things in the water. Now, for those people who know me, I am afraid of heights. They're already laughing over there. And equally afraid of water. I'm not a very good swimmer, but my children are champion swimmers. They actually made sure they did competitions so that they learned how to swim the best way. And I used to joke to them that they'll rescue me in case there's something happening in the water. So they're competitive swimmers, and I'm glad that my son, Glenn, is still doing it in the university. My daughter, Bianca, and Corinne are also swimming in their various categories. Now, coming back to my story about Sagana. So when we arrived at Sagana, it's a very beautiful place, and when you're going to the conference room, you're ushered through, you have to go through a very interesting bridge, and the bridge is basically on top of the water, and then you look down at one point, it's a waterfall. So remember, I fear heights, and I fear water. So there I was trying to conquer that bridge, and a few steps over there, I was very afraid. I asked one of my colleagues to hold my hands, and they just laughed like, Unice, you're here for this thing, and you're already scared. I was like, I am scared. So we proceeded on to the conference room, whereby we had the formal activities, because we needed to look at our numbers, among other things that you do when you go for team building. So once we were done with the official part, we were taken out by the instructors. And at that juncture now, they were giving us instruction of how the next activities would be in the waters, what activities it would be. And my mind was just not there. So they gave us the safety jacket, and I kept on calculating in my mind, do I really need to do this? Because it was not a mandatory activity for us to do. So what I decided is to just take on the jacket and listen to what he was saying. So they gave us so many things, and sometimes it was just, I could not hear what they were saying because I was really thinking the next move, the next move, the next move. Then we were given the jackets, and we were told now we were taking to the first activity whereby we'll just tread in the water, swim a bit, get accustomed to the water so that the tension can go away. So you can imagine I was one of the last ones to get in there, although I had the safety jacket. So we did our thing over there, and after a few minutes, I got accustomed to being in the water. Then we left for the next activity. Now, that takes me now to the topic of risk. Now, risk-taking, over the years, I've learned that risk-taking is often the bridge that takes you from here to where you want to be. In most cases, we fear and hold back from taking risk, maybe because we fear failing, we fear rejection, and sometimes even fear to be rejected. I know some of my authors have also shared over here that sometimes when you do a book, you're actually exposing yourself out there. And sometimes I remember one time I asked my friend, I feel like an imposter, like, is that really me? But really, it's my story. It's my story, and I'm the one who can be able to tell it because I lived it. So as we also go along, the world, especially for the women, they expect us to play safe, to follow the rules, to prioritize actually being stability over ambition. So basically, when you're ambitious, some of the things that you can hear, and I bet some of you can attest to it, you can be told in some cases, tone it down, you're a bit too much. Don't take over. I've been told many times, do not take over this activity. Because for me, when things are not happening, I feel like I need to get out and have things happening. I've been told to not take over. Some also want to explain to you the topic or the point that you are coming across. Because when you start talking, they tell you, okay, this is what she meant to do. So they're explaining to you what you are thinking in your head. Okay? Some have also told you, you're not an expert in this field, so who gives you the authority to tell us? Some also will say, don't bring that point to the table. Why? Because they're not comfortable, you will shed the light on yourself. So that in people, their insecurity now comes into play and makes you also stop doing what you needed to do. So such things, you all face them in our lives. Now, today I challenge you, each and everyone, to identify that area. And I know, Dottie, you've been doing that, telling us what are those areas that you've not taken risk in. Whether it's in speaking in a meeting, pick yourself up and speak. Applying to that role that really intimidates you. You know, the ones that are being told, do you have 100%? For women, we look for 100%. And yet you can be able to actually do most of those things. Apply for those roles. Pursue those long-held dreams. June, I'm talking to you there. Because my friend also today has been texting me like, today for sure, Unice, I am glad to be here. And I've introduced her to Radido. I'm sure also you're going to do something with her. So thank you for that. So the world actually needs to hear more about people who dare, people who take action. And I bet you want to know, did I do any other thing apart from wading in the waters? Of course I did. So after wading in the waters, we're now taken to the next activity. And the next activity was to jump over a waterfall. Remember that waterfall that I'd seen? And it's 50 meters deep. And remember as I was crossing the bridge when we were coming for the conference, that is the water I was seeing and thinking, yeah. So here we are now, we are being directed to where the waterfall is. When we were being given the instructions and my head was all over the place, some of the instructions that were given is when we jump down, there's an activity we're supposed to do down there. That at that particular time came in and came out of my mind because I was not still fathoming that I'm going to do the jumping. So we go across the bridge. And ladies and gentlemen, after wading through the waters for some time, they gave us a life jacket, of course, so we were told to float, look up, da-da-da. Some of the tension, like I mentioned, had actually gone down. Because as I was going now on the bridge the second time, because you had to cross the bridge again, I was walking on my own. Nobody was holding my hands. I said, this one I'm going to do. So now we go to the waterfall area. Of course, I still have things happening in my head telling me, no, you can't swim. This is height, you fear height. So all those things that can make you run away. But behold, there are some people in our communities, my colleagues, who are adrenaline junkies. So we get in there, and guys are already jumping. First person jumps, gone. Second one, gone. Here I am still going, I'm peeping, and you're being told, don't peep. When you peep, you're going to tell your head that you can't do it. So stay behind. If you want to jump, come, jump. So guys went on and went on. I tried jumping 3 times, I kid you not. 3 times I went. The first time, right there, things stole in my head. You fear water, you fear height, you can't do it. Then the instructors that we had were the best instructors on earth. They kept on encouraging us, go, go. You see, the guys have gone. There's a rescue team down there. In case of anything, you're okay. Your jacket that you've worn will propel you up, so you'll not feel anything. Then I jumped. The jumping, as I was midair, I still thought, what am I doing? And before I could even finish that sentence in my head, I was already inside the water, and the instruction that had been given initially, what to do when you get in the water, came back to my head. What does that mean? That when we are taking risks, sometimes those things that are already inherently in you will cushion you. We talked about those people who are also helping you and the risk takers with you. My colleagues who had already gone down kept on telling me, Unice, come, it's okay. I could not hear them because it's way up here, but you could see their hand gestures. They're telling you, come, you're okay. And they took a video of me to just have a testimony that I actually did that. So when I got in the water, came out, the rescue boat was near me, the lessons came in, I went, held the boat, and we were supposed to do something with our feet. And there I was. After that, believe me, all the other activities that were given, I was able to do them. I was the one shouting in my head. So I actually faced my 2 major phobias, height and water. Now, from now going onwards, the next time I think I'm standing here, I shall not be saying I cannot swim. I should be able to say I can swim. Thank you very much. My name is Unice Ong'ele. And as Dottie had already said, I'm a marketer, and I'm also a business executive. And I'm looking forward to joining you guys on LinkedIn. So people look for me in the LinkedIn so that we can be able to connect. We can be able to, collaborate in any other topic so we can further this discussion. Together, we shall redefine what it takes to be bold and to be unstoppable. Now, to the ladies and the co-authors, many have been phenomenal. We have written a book in a record time, and here we are, launching it. With all the ups and downs that have gone in our heads, in the planning, we've launched it. So congratulations to everyone. Thank you.
Let's put our hands together for Unice Ong'ele. Thank you, Unice. Are you loving the stories? Are you learning something? Even if they just told their stories and went home, we still will live not the same way we came in. How many of us fear water? Okay, let me put it this way. How many swimmers do we have in the house? Can we clap for them? Mm. I call myself a swimmer who knows how to play with water. So, tuko wengi, but I don't fear water, I fear heights. Yeah, took a flight to Nairobi. That was my first flight. I asked to be allowed to go back by bus. You can imagine. But then I'm overcoming it. I'm still afraid, but overcoming it. So thank you, Unice, for that. We are coming to our next speaker, and this is none other than Debbie Hassan. Debbie is a dynamic force in media, entertainment, and women's empowerment with over 15 years of expertise. A storyteller at heart, we are in for another good time. She co-founded Dorin Irungu, and She Is Woman, creating impactful platforms for mentorship, learning, and advocacy. Her extensive experience spans event planning, corporate branding, and championing initiatives that inspire and uplift women. Let us put our hands together for Debbie Hassan. Karibu, Debbie. You need me here?
Yes. Not risky.
She's taking a calculated risk.
Good afternoon, or is it good evening, everyone? My name is Debbie Hassan, as Dottie has mentioned, with many things about me. So, first, I'd like to say thank you. Thank you for having me, and thank you. I'm very grateful to be here, grateful to tell my story. When Mr. Doso reached out to tell me, right, Debbie, I'm thinking about you writing a book. Tell me about your story. First, I got scared. You know, it's very hard for you to take a reflection of your life. And this book made us reflect on our lives. And I'll just tell you, thank you, Mr. Doso. Because it made me realize I actually did take risks. Sometimes you don't know. And my pals usually tell me, Debbie, are you a risk taker? I'm like, may I just do things. You know, you don't realize you're taking a risk. For you, you're just making things move, thinking things work. And when you think about it, you're like, oh, okay, this is what I did. This is what I did. And the book gave me a chance to actually reflect of all the things I've done. And I'll say when I started with the Dorin Irungu, first, it'll be very interesting. I was working I just moved from banking. Now I'm in events. I've stayed in events for like 2 years. Then my heart was telling me, Debbie, you need to do something. Of course, my personal life had been chaotic. We know women sometimes we do make very many bad decisions. So I was in that point like where I've appreciated the decisions and I said, it's okay, I've learned, now I'm a better place. Then I realized, why not? Why should I let someone else go through the same thing? Why not tell them my story? But sometimes, but in my story, let them tell them in a story form. Because we know young ladies never listen. We never listen. You tell me a book and you tell me, oh, do this, I won't do. Me, you have to tell me what it happened to you, how it reflected with you. So in this particular case, I said, okay. So I sat down with some of my friends and like, I really want to do this, but I don't know what. First, I need to look for a name. The hardest thing, you know, Kikuyus, as guys have a problem, you know. We'll always use an event with our names. Debbie Enterprises. I look for my sister's name and my name, and then we put it together and we come up with Part An Automobile, those things. It's in us. We can't avoid it. It's in us. So I took time and I said, no, I want something that has an impact. Usually we say what you name something or what you name someone is what is going to come of it. So if you don't choose the name randomly, you have to think about it. And that's why I start with Dorin. I Googled, I looked for it, and then he said, let's talk about Dorin. I was like, huh? What's Dorin? What's Dorin? What's Dorin? Everyone came on asking me. I'm like, yeah, Dorin is a woman who's on top of her field. And that's what we are. Every woman who needs to be at top of her field. Why can't I name? I want to inspire everyone to be the best in what they do. And that's where the name came from, Dorin Woman. I know Dottie said you were a storyteller, but we are. And that's how I started my storytelling. Then I started my first event. First of all, remember, I have no funding. So I said, I'm going to do my first event. It has to be free so that people know what I am or what I'm doing. I got a location, I invited people, young ladies from the campus, because they don't have money to waste, so you have to be here. Then I looked for somebody, I called a few friends, hey, can you come and speak? They're like, yeah, I like your concept, yeah, let me come. Held my first event. When I picked the phone up like this, the microphone, I realized, oh my God, what am I gonna say? I've invited all these people. I planned everything, but I forgot to plan on what I'm going to say. So I'm picking up the microphone and I'm shaking. I'm like, okay. So there you have a body, introduction of body and conclusion. I had none of those. And I'm like, okay, I need to be interesting. But then I'm not too interesting. I need to have a joke. I'm not joking. I don't even know jokes. At that time, nothing. You remember nothing. I was panicking. Then now, I talk a bit, then I go, people are not coming. It's supposed to start at 2. It's 2:30. Where are people? I know that you have felt the same way today. Yeah. They're like, yeah, I know we are Africans, but hey, surely people need to come. Then I'm like, hey. I'm talking to my one of my friends. I'm like, what do I say? They're like, just go with your heart. Let me tell you, I picked up that microphone, and I decided I'm talking to one person. I said my story. I actually, you could see everybody like, like now I'm seeing people, they're shaking their head. They're like, Then you're like, okay, I'm making sense. Am I making sense? And that's how I started. It was scary, but it was good. It was very scary, I won't lie. It was one of my other businesses that I've started. That wasn't where I'm in the front face. It's when you do business, if I'm supplying something, that's not you're not in front of people, so it's not really a risk. But this one, when I'm standing in front of people and telling them my story of what I've gone through, it's very scary, but it's actually very empowering. When you're talking and people are listening, it's very empowering. So in the book, I've talked about power of passion, perseverance, and pivoting. Because we know we need to pivot sometime. You want to stick in one way, and then you realize this ain't working. Are you ready for change? Can you divert yourself to the next part? From the book, I've spoken about it. So you get a chance to read the book, then you'll be able to associate with it. So I think I have learned my major lesson is adaptability is very key to your business. When you do and your leap of faith and having a village as well, having a village to support you. I'm very lucky and fortunate to be surrounded with very good family and friends who are able to push me to the best of my ability. I'm sometimes scared, but they're able to guide me and give me the encouragement. When you don't have that, sometimes it's very hard. It's very hard to do anything. But when you have a family and a village to help you, it becomes easier. So I think as we gather here and we listen to this experience story of these beautiful women, we should be able to learn, we should be able to know how risks are taken and have the courage to take the risk. Sometimes I say that courage is not taking the risk or having an idea. The courage is actually doing it. When you do it, then you're able to do more. So let this event be a statement to the potential that lies within each of us. May we continue to take risks, embrace challenges, and turn obstacles into opportunities. I want to say thank you for this platform, for the community, and for the shared journey, especially with my co-authors. I was very impressed when I read the book. I remember when we were given the rough draft, I was scared to read people's. I was like, I was very scared to read people's stories. Like, hey, what if they write better than me? What if, then I may need to change mine? And then what if, there's a lot of what if. Yes, but I thank you. Your story was impactful, and I was happy. I'm very happy to be part of this cohort. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dot.
Let us put it together for Debbie. Let us not just talk about risk-taking. Let us have the courage of actually doing it. That is the message from Debbie Hassan. Thank you so much, Debbie. We resonate with the story you have just shared. Sometimes you organize meetings and you're not prepared. You don't know, you don't know where to begin and where to hang around and where to walk away from. So, but somehow you have to begin from somewhere. Si mnasikianga hii swali sana, sasa nianze wapi? Yes, it's very common, yeah. So it's not only you who has gone through that, some of us have gone through the same as well. So we get to our speaker of the day, and this is the second last speaker. Then we come to the last but not least, last because we had to have an order, and that is why one came first and the other one is coming last. Then I hope you're having questions. Okay, let me begin by asking, who has a question already? Or you anticipate to have a question when the two speakers come? You're going to be extra keen to get a question to ask them, so that I know how to prepare. Do you have any questions? Boy, you want to leave this resourcefulness to just go away like that? There's a question there. Okay, maybe as the two speakers come, you're still maybe thinking of something. When they finish, probably you will have one. So I want to bring to us Elizabeth Kalunda. She is a seasoned tulisema kama tunapiga makofi, tunapiga makofi. So Elizabeth Kalunda is a seasoned academic and finance professional, serving as an associate professor and acting deputy vice chancellor of finance and administration at the United States International University, Africa. She is, you wanted to clap? Yeah. She is a board member of the Gospel Outreach Church Thika, Lofty Coburn Investments Limited, Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Kenya, Kenya Accountants and Secretaries National Examination Board, and 2 secondary schools. You wanted to clap again? She is a mother, wife, farmer, entrepreneur, and a mentor. We can also clap for that. So now we clap as we bring her to the microphone. Do you want to take a risk?
Thank you so much for that introduction. And thank you so much, all of you, for coming to listen. And I really want to thank Doso for the job that you've done. All these women, the 14 women who wrote their beautiful, encouraging stories, were all brought here because of you. So please, let's clap for him. Yeah. Yeah, you took a great risk, and it has brought forth fruit. Now, Dottie, also thank you. We've been the engagement, the webinars, and them seeing. Thank you for that. How did I come into this podium? I got an inbox from Doso, and then we agreed that he'll give me a call. Normally, I think I have something of just discerning whether something is right or wrong. I didn't think twice, so I told him, game. And for sure, I didn't make a mistake. Yeah, I think I've taken so many risks that at this point, if something is just bad, I'll just know it's bad, and I'll just say a straight no. Yeah, so for some of us who are saying they had to think, I think with the time, I've been able to just know this is right, this is not wrong. And I believe that as we grow, we'll also be able to have that. Yeah, so that you don't waste so much time, you do things, and then in the middle you say, I wish I knew. Yeah, so I really thank God for that ability to just be able to know this one will work, this one will not. And when I got that call and we agreed what I should write, actually I took 2 days to do the writing. And there's something about planning and the plan. Now, when I was told to do that, I had to start working at the back end of my mind in terms of what am I going to write. So the time I got my laptop and started writing, by one night, actually I think I slept around 3. I had gone for a conference and I was in the hotel, so I was alone. So I said, today I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going to tour the country. I'll just sit in my room. And by around 3, I had my first draft. The next part, when I was coming back now home, I just sat somewhere and I finished the copy, the draft, and I said, this is ready. So I was very glad when I shared it with Doso, and he said, yeah, good draft. Yeah, so, and if you read my book, there's a part I've mentioned about when it comes to probably success or just doing things, it's not the plan that is important, but it is the planning bit. Because once you've planned it well, everything will just flow. So let us learn how to plan, not having plans, but the planning aspect. For me, that's the most important thing. And it will make other things quite easy. As I talk about this book or the issue of risk, the title of my chapter was Risk, the Road to Success. So one, I would want to dedicate this book and this chapter to my mom. I've been brought up by my mom, and she's a phenomenal woman. Whatever I am now is because of her. And sometimes when I see my daughter, I'm actually happy because I feel like what I've learned from my mom, my daughter has also learned it from me. So let me acknowledge my daughter who is here. Bula, please just raise up your hand and stand. That's my daughter. She's called Samantha. And I also have a team here of my supporters, my friends, from the profession, from other walks of life who I really am happy to see them here. I'll just mention them by name. I know my time is limited, but this is so special. So thank you so much, Abiba. Abiba is there. We have Mugweru, who is my mentee. We have Fatia. In fact, actually, most of my friends were just inboxing and asking me, when are we, where is it, how much? Those stories and then their game. Yeah, so those are the kind of friends that I have. So thank you, Fatia. There's Dr. Laibon, who has left. He had another commitment, but he told me he must be here. There's Sheila. Sheila is my student. Sheila, where are you? Yes, there, Sheila. And she also invited her friend, Jane. Thank you so much for coming. There they are. There's Kezia and her daughter. Kezia, yeah, good. You can imagine Kezia and her daughter. So there's also another young one. Huh? The one with those headphones. That's the Gen Z. These are the, which generation is that? The Alpha. Yeah, we can tell them by just looking at them. So Kezia, thank you for bringing her along so that she can be able to learn and just know this is the path as a young girl I should follow. Okay? And then I have Maureen. Maureen. Yeah, so those are the dear friends who came, and I have so many following online. I'm just getting congratulations. We are listening to Prof. Yeah, so I'm happy for that. Yeah, so who is this standing in front of you? You've heard that I'm a CPA, I'm an associate professor. I sit in a number of boards. I'm also the vice chairman of the Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Kenya. And so the question would be, so who is this? Let me start by saying that some years back, I couldn't even imagine I would be who I am. And I'm glad because it is risk that has made me the woman I am now. Now, I trained as a teacher. So I did B.Ed, and I did B.Ed in home science and economics. Home science and economics. Right now, I'm a CPA, and I'm associate professor in finance. Just look at that change. And why I'm saying this is that we can always make changes in our careers. And actually, that's what my chapter is all about. Whatever you have actually the power to be something much more than you can. So, in my book, I'll just try to just summarize so that you read the book. One, the key things, I have actually around 6 things that I just wanted to highlight. One is that in life, and this is actually my personal story, I've seen that life is a constant evolution, and it brings growth. If I look back where I was and where I am, there's always change. So for us ladies, as we take risk, as we want to be something better, just know there will always be a change. And for me, this is a parameter that it's so key. If you find that your life is the same 5 years ago, another 5 years, honestly, there's a problem there. So you need to ask yourself, how are you evolving? to be the next thing that you should be. So for those of us who love comfort zones, you are complacent, just know you are not taking any risk and you are not going to achieve your full potential. And I like what one of my co-authors said, relating it to the story in the Bible of the Lord who went for a trip. He gave the servants some talents, similar, but one just went and he did. You see, so if you don't work on your potential, if you are not changing, that is actually who you are. Are we together there? So please take that home. And then another thing that I've captured in the chapter and with stories of my life is the issue of the power of risk-taking, which brings in resilience. Now, what you need to know is, if you don't take risk, you'll not be resilient. Anything that comes in, you'll be falling back. Now, if you learn to take risk, and risk is something that you want to do, but you are not sure about what the outcome will be. It can either be good or not. That is something that is risky. So for you to be able to proceed, you should be able to say, I don't want to remain in my comfort zone and just be where I am because I don't want to to rock the boat. No. If you take risk, there's a lot of resilience. We've heard the story from Unice, how she really took a lot of time before she finally did, and she did it. So, and now she can do more. So it's about resilience, doing things that you cannot take. And then another very important thing that I've captured in my book is the belief in your own potential. I know women, we have the imposter syndrome. Sometimes we feel like, no, I can't do it. But how I have learned to break that, because I'm also a victim of that, is having powerful friends. You know, we have those friends who tell you, go for it. You can do it. Do you have such friends? And if your friends are the ones who tell you, I know that one you cannot make it, those are not your friends. Are we together there? Yeah, because I know there are those friends who, when you meet them, they tell you, sioni kitobwa. Do you think you can make it? No, those ones are not your friends. Actually, where I am now, it is people who saw something in me. And they told me, you can go for it, you can do it. And they even give you support in getting it. So make sure you have such friends. It will make the journey of risk very easy. The other thing is that I never settle for less. Never, ever, ever, ever settle for less. And I know for us as ladies, sometimes we might not know how to make that balance because we underrate ourselves. So wherever we are like, we are well. No. Can you set your targets high so that you don't settle for anything less? Are we together there? Yeah, so let us always make sure that we have a high target. Like sometimes if you listen to the targets that I have, you might, I remember just at the beginning of this year, I was talking to myself about how much I need to have saved by the end of the year. If you had the target, utashangaa. But somehow I'm almost there. So you see, you set high targets, not things that are easily achievable. Otherwise, those ones you can sleep and they still get realized. So set tough targets, okay? And then the other thing is the issue of balancing in life for us, especially for women. For us to excel, we must have that act of getting that balance. You can imagine we are mothers, we are wives, we have other activities that we work, you know. And in this story, one thing, people normally ask me, all those things that you are doing, how do you manage? And one thing that I've come to see is that if you want to do something and you are committed to it, you will also always have the time. And a good example I can give is just recently, from the introduction, you are told that I sit in our church board. I'm the leader of the women's ministry. Now, this appointment, 5 years back, our bishop told me, actually he called me and told me he wants me to sit in the board. So I told him, give me time, let me just think about it, pray about it. And then after a period, I sent him a text. I didn't even want to call. I told him, I can't make it. I have so many things that I want to do. Now, he didn't give up. 5 years after, the same conversation, and I said, honestly, who am I to say no, honestly? You can imagine your bishop has told you 5 years and he has waited. So how can you say no? You get it? Because in my mind, I was saying, I'm so busy. But looking at my time now and then, I'm even more busier than I was then. But I said, I will definitely do it. So when we had the consecration in church and then I posted my photos, a very good friend of mine, she's a chair of a board that I sit, she told me, Prof, you know what? Serving God is the greatest service in life. You know, we normally serve mankind, but now you are serving God. That is the greatest. And let me give you a testimony. I have never lacked time. I have never lacked time. And in our church, we've done so many things for the ladies that are there, that were not there. And I really thank God. In fact, looking back, I would wonder, how will I get the time? But we have created the time. So never refuse service of whatever. Even at work, sometimes you'll say, no, me, where will I get time? I want to do my master's. I want to do my doctorate. I want to do a certain course. You don't have time. Believe you me, if you commit yourself, you'll always have time. Are we together there? Okay, now the other thing is that along the line of taking risks, trying to develop, you will always find that the journey is tough, especially when we have risks. Kuna casualties along the way. But, or there's a lot of, it's a painful process. But it is very important for you to actually enjoy the journey. Don't look at the destination. And for me, the key thing that I've captured in my book is when I was doing my CPAs. Actually, you remember I did Behead Omicron, and then now I'm in accounting. When I was doing CPAs, that is the certified public exams of accountants, certified public accountants exams under CASNEB, which for the CPAs, you know, it's very tough. That was one of the toughest things that I was doing. But we created a group of friends. I'm telling you, my CPA journey was a very beautiful journey. Those friends, I think it was almost 15 or 20 years, I can't even remember. We are still friends up to now. Along the way, we got kids. We visited each of our homes up to now. And you can imagine if my son is 18 and they came to see my son. So you can imagine how many years that was. We are still friends up to now. So you can imagine it was a tough journey, but we really made the journey very enjoyable as we wait for the destination. So what am I trying to say here? What I'm trying to say is that in whatever you are doing, see the good in it, make it easy by just trying to forget about the hardship, but create a strong support system so that things might be good. And then another thing, as we try to grow, because for me, I say risk is the road to success, we need a strong support system. Support system will come from your dear ones, your close ones. It can be your family, your parents, it can be your husband, depending on who is your system. And in the support system, I really want to recognize the mentors and the coaches I've had in my life. Now, one thing that I've found about my mentors/coach, and I have many depending on what I want, is that these are those people who will tell you the truth. You know, if you are fearing something or you want to do something, they'll tell you that one, just forget about it. Or, why can't you take it and do it this way? People who you'll expose your vulnerability to them. But you have to be discerning to know that this is the right person. So when you have such kind of a support system, you'll always have at least a clear way forward. And for me, if I just look back, even at my career, sometimes I'm not so sure what to do. Sometimes I'm at crossroads. So what do? I just look at one of my mentors who is much higher than me, and I tell him or her, this is where I am. These are things they've gone through. So they just tell me, this one, you do this, and you do that. And I end up making a very good decision. So again, making sure that any risk that I take is going to be an informed and calculated risk. Another thing I want to mention about risk is about networking. Now, when the introduction was being done, there was a mention that I'm one of the directors of a money market firm that is called Lofty Coburn Investments Limited, listed by Capital Market Authority and also licensed by the Retirement Benefit Authorities. So how did I get into this company? Now, I went for a function. And normally when I go for functions, I show up for the functions. Si kuenda tu hivo. You know, you go unaji present so that when people see, they say, there's something about this lady. I wish together there. Yeah, so when I went for that function, after I was introduced, the lady was like, okay, this is a prof at this age in finance. So in their company, when they needed somebody to do consultancies on finance, reporting, and all that, she asked me whether I wanted. So I asked her, what is this all about? And remember, I have that discernment. I saw this is a good thing. So when I was told to do consultancy, I told her, no, you know, I'm on full-time basis. Huh? I wouldn't want to take that because my name will be shared because those are key positions, and they have to be shared with the regulator, and I'm still working. I told him, why can't you just give me share ownership? Why can't I be a shareholder? Yeah, so I told her, this is my profile, and I'm going to bring a lot of value in this firm. And then she floated it in the board. So the CEO called me and asked me, oh, okay, we had a talk. And I think I have a way of just getting along with people. So we just became very good friends with the CEO. So he told me in the next board meeting, I'm going to have you. And that is how I became a member of that organization. It was not free. I was to raise some millions. Yeah. And within a very short notice. So I had to look for the money. And I told my husband, and he was very cooperative. And as a wise woman, you must save. Are we together? So that opportunities, they don't pass you, I don't have money. You must have something, a fallback. So I had the money. And you can imagine within that team, we were able to raise 42 million. Not 1,000 million. Yeah, you see. And now we are a firm that we are doing very well. We have almost 3 billion assets under management. And yeah, you can imagine, you know. So that opportunity, I got it because of networking. Another networking event, I had been invited. I went, did my talk, and after that, I got 2 board positions offers. You can imagine, just by talking. So one of them is very regulated, so I have to go through a process. So what am I trying to tell you? It is the way you present yourself, the way you show up, you know, that is what will determine who you'll be. And there's a risk there. Because one, even just saying, I am going and I'll talk and nitatokelezea, you know, that is a risk. Are we together here? So when you're invited for certain activities like these ones, come. You never know, that, just as has been said, who is going to be sitting next to you. That could be your destiny helper, could be your gatekeeper and all that. Now, the next thing is that, and this is as I almost conclude, is that the reason why I was very happy to be part of this project is I always feel like whatever you are given, you should actually be able to multiply it. You should be able to impact. So the stories that we've given in the book are actually stories to inspire the readers. And also to inspire us. You know, when we read them, it's like, wow, this is me. Yeah, so those are stories of inspirations. For those of you who've not gotten a copy, please, can you get a copy? And in the next project, can we see your stories? Because it is through this that we are able to actually just make the world better. So finally, Dottie, as I conclude, I'll say, I am a living testimony that women should embrace risk, okay? And risk-taking should be taken as a strategy. And this will be a strategy for personal, professional, financial, all kinds of growth. So remember when I started, we talked about the issue of evolution and constant growth. So that is what we should embrace. So thank you so much for listening to me, and I'm very happy that I'm part of this project. Asanteni tena. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you, thank you. And thank you for that hand clap. You see, the time we are having today is not enough. Yeah, and we have plans of, having post-launch webinars. Will you join us? Will you join? Yes. If you want to hear more, because even the book is only a chapter per author. So there is more that they have not spoken in the book. So you want to listen to them more and more and more. So if you promise that you will be present, we can bring them to you again through webinars. You can listen to more and more and more, but you have to promise to be there. When we invite you, please show up. Thank you for that. I like what she has said, that we have the power to become more than what we already are. The power is with us. What are we doing with the power? Thank you, Prof. That is how most people prefer to her. So I have the privilege today to call you Professor. So thank you, Prof, for that powerful speech and those powerful nuggets. So we get to our last speaker of the day. And like I already mentioned, coming last doesn't mean least, because we had to have someone come first and another after, and we had someone to close the speeches. So coming to speak to us is Judy Nguru. Si tulisema tukitaja jina tunapiga makofi. Tunasahau haraka. So Judy Nguru is the Senior Vice President of Strategic Development and Partnerships at Raxio Data Centers. She is responsible for the growth and expansion of Raxio across Africa and consistently applies risk analysis in her professional responsibilities. Judy is passionate about driving connectivity across Africa to create a sustainable economic impact by accelerating digital transformation, as well as fostering business cultures that promotes the inclusion of all employees. So we now officially put our hands together as we bring to the microphone Judy Nguru. Karibu.
Tough act to follow here. Prof, you've set the bar, huh? So, you know that moment of silence when you're thinking, how do I start my speech? That is where I am right now. I know it's the end of the evening, everybody's tired, everybody wants to go home, so I am going to try and make this as efficient as possible. I am a very professional person, so I was structured with my speech. It is written, so you will indulge me in sharing my voice. And the reason why I'm saying voice is, so I celebrated my birthday a couple of weeks back, and where we went, I lost my voice last weekend. So I'm really happy that today, my voice is actually audible. So I hope I can be able to share my thoughts. So ladies and gentlemen, esteemed friends, family, and honored guests, thank you for being here today. Thank you for celebrating with us the launch of our book, We Took the Risk. Now, something I want to point out about the title is it's not we took a risk, it's we took the risk. It means that there was a point in time where we had to make decisions where one was a safer route and the other was not. And all of these co-authors have chosen to take the less safer route. And that's what brought us all together today. So the book brings to light extraordinary stories of resilience, courage, and unwavering determination. It is a privilege to stand before you to be part of this remarkable project. Now, in all honesty, when Mr. Doso contacted me about writing this book, I've heard other authors say they thought twice, they weren't sure. I jumped on it immediately. I didn't think twice. He said, do you want to do this? I said, yes. Why? Because for me, risk is innate. It has become part of who I am. And you will see that in my chapter when you read my story. I learned how to embrace risk at a very young age because of what I was exposed to. And because I'm on that point, I will be remiss in mentioning that my mother is actually here to support me in launching my book. So the risks that I've taken, you can blame her. Sorry. So for those of you who may not know me, as introduced, my name is Judy Nguru. I am the Senior Vice President of Strategic Development at a company called Raxio Data Centers, which is headquartered in the Netherlands, had a head office in Dubai, and is now present in 7 markets. An ambition that I had taken on when I joined the company and was responsible for the expansion strategy of the company. I am also the proud mother of a 16-year-old boy and a 10-year-old girl. Those are my North Star. a lot of the times when I make a decision, it is them that I take into consideration. It is them that drive. Whether I need to calculate that risk or take what Dottie just mentioned, careless risk. Professionally, I have ventured into many aspects. Before I joined Raxio, I used to work at a company called C Squared. So C Squared was a Pan-African company. In these capacities, I had the daunting responsibilities of advising shareholders to invest $20 million, $30 million, $50 million in country Y or country X. That is a daunting responsibility. It means I need to ensure that I have done thorough market analysis and thorough risk analysis, which is why I mentioned that risk for me is innate. As we've heard from the authors today, each of us has a unique reason for contributing to this book. For me, it was a simple desire to share my voice, particularly on a topic I hold close to my heart, the need for women to take more risks. Sorry, that light is really bright. I lost my place. So, in tech, we talk about making impact, moving the needle, and becoming disruptors. To achieve this, you must take risks. Now, what does risk really mean? We've all heard different views today. Definitions such as unknown, scary, dangerous. But for others, you will hear things like exciting, invigorating, life-affirming, not knowing what will happen next, and yet it is still exciting. In reality, our perception of risk is shaped by our individual values, experiences, and perhaps even by our own fears. When I think about risk, I often think about the aspect of fear. The textbook definition of fear is an unpleasant emotion that arises when we perceive a threat. I believe that risk is both statistical and psychological. Statistically, it's the likelihood or probability of something negative happening. Psychologically, it's how we estimate that risk in our minds, the magnitude of that risk. And then there is the emotional aspect, how we feel about that risk. Is it safe? Is it not? For me, the ability to take risks is ultimately the ability to overcome that fear. That perception is not the absence of fear, but the resolve to push through. My chapter in this book is entitled Inflection Points. Those pivotal moments in life when I made the conscious choice to take this less safer route, often the most difficult path. The moments while daunting at the time became catalysts for the development of resilience, perseverance, and adaptation in my life. Many women often gravitate toward the feelings of familiarity, safety, and comfort. But in my journey, I learned that stepping outside of my comfort zone, I was able to thrive in an uncharted territory. It wasn't always easy, but those inflection points, those moments of decision, shaped me in ways I could never have anticipated. And one that I can share with you is, for instance, the role that I play today at Raxio. I am the only Black female executive in that organization. And when I was hired for that role, when I was being hired for that role and going through the interview process, I remember thinking in my head, am I really gonna be able to pull this off? And one of the phenomena that you've heard people talk about is the glass cliff, where females are put in a position of power, and yet they are not given the resources to be able to succeed in that role. I have to say that I'm tenacious, so I always find a way to find the resources to achieve in my role. And I would encourage a lot of women to do that. And how you can do that is a lot more leaning towards your support system and using the organization, policies, processes to your own advantage. It is one of the tools of trade that I have learned over time. Oh, sorry, lost my switch. Sorry, I lost my speech. Connectivity here is a problem. It's loading. I swear, I am not lying. It's loading. My speech is currently loading. And I was afraid of that. All right, here we go. Risk, risk, risk. Yeah, not a calculated one, huh? So yeah. All right. So, moving on. My title is not just about inflection points. The title of my chapter also speaks about rising above the challenges that follow those decisions, about persevering, and about continually seeking growth and learning. At each inflection point, I made choices grounded in a strong belief in my path and my purpose. I relied on the power of prayer, a deep sense of conviction, and the trust that I was exactly where I needed to be. I learned to take calculated risk, to build contingency plans, and always surround myself with a support system of people who believed in me, even when I doubted myself. As a result, my journey took me to unexpected places across the globe. Each experience an opportunity for personal and professional growth. I embraced failures as lessons and new beginnings as opportunities. I learned to never shy away from standing firm in what I believed to be right, no matter the obstacles. Let me be clear. The journey of taking risks is not easy. It is not something that comes naturally to everyone. But the truth is, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Along the way, you will encounter barriers like the glass cliff, as I mentioned earlier, stereotyping, or being labeled. But as you read my story, I hope you find inspiration to push through those barriers. When I took the road less traveled, the riskier path, it became easier over time. So much so that when this book was finally launched, many of my friends and family affirmed my identity as a risk taker. One of the key factors that has allowed me to take bold steps is a deep, unwavering understanding of who I am, what I want, and where I need to be. This clarity of purpose is built on my spiritual stillness, a quiet confidence that has guided me through every challenge. There is a quote by Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie that resonates deeply with me. She says, "For every woman, you have to take the risk of being unlikable to get something done." And she goes on to remind us, remember, there are so many for whom you will be lovable. To me, this speaks to the importance of staying true to yourself, of not losing yourself in the pursuit of making others like you. It's a reminder that sometimes the greatest risk is simply unapologetically being yourself. So today, I stand before you as living proof that taking bold steps, embracing challenges, and venturing into the unknown can lead to extraordinary achievements. My hope is that my story will inspire each of you to reflect on your relationship with risk and to take the first step, however small, towards the unknown. As you read my chapter, I invite you to consider this. Our journeys are not defined by the circumstances we face. And I say this with great conviction because of what's been happening in our economy, in our country today. We face, no, I was just thinking about our economy. But by the choices we make in response to them. And it is in those moments of choice when we decide to take the risk that we truly shape our destiny. Thank you for your time and for this privilege of sharing my voice.
Thank you, Judy. And thank you for that hand clap. towards the end to tumeshika moto. We are not even waiting to be told to put our hands together. We just bring them together. That is a good, we have learned. It's good to learn. So we say that, or it has been said here, quoting Mark Zuckerberg, that the greatest risk is not taking risk, but we are getting another greatest risk, is unapologetically being yourself. Unapologetically being yourself, liked or disliked. You be yourself. That is powerful. So choose to be yourself. You won't be everybody's cup of tea, but at least you will be someone's cup of tea. Yeah, so just choose to be yourself. So that brings us to the close of our speeches today. And before I say another thing or any other thing, let us put our hands together for all the authors and appreciate and celebrate them. Now, we are entering into a Q&A. I asked us previously if we have any questions, only one hand was raised up. I have a question for us. No explanation given. Don't describe anything. Which words have you heard today that you want to go home and do some research about? Just raise your hand. Resilience. Risk. Scary. Imposter. Kwani hatujasikia kitu upande huu? Yes? Class cliff. I saw a hand somewhere. Glass cliff, Potentially show up. Learn helplessness. Believe in your potential. Amjasikia kitu kama de-risking risk. Amjasikia hii imposter syndrome. Amjasikia calculated risk, the way it is common, you know. Somebody said that. The journey. Yeah, so I know we've had so many words. Some we are already familiar with, and sometimes when you're interacting with a subject for the first time, you're likely to hear some words appearing strange. So I know when we go back home, even as we read the book, we get to understand this in depth, or we just take our own initiative to do some research to get to understand what those words really, really mean. Personally, I'm inspired by every story. I'm inspired by every speech. At least I have some takeaways with me. Learning does not cease, does not come to an end. Even the ones who have spoken to us are still learning. So be open to learning and let us grow. I want to give us this opportunity now, or this chance, so that we can ask our questions. We're going to begin with the first one, that a hand was raised on that other side. And for us to plan well, how many questions do we have? Don't wait for me to ask questions. I've interacted with these ladies. I've asked them questions. And I still have more to ask them. So today is your opportunity to ask these questions. Okay, at least we gave you the opportunity to interact with them. Haven't I? Yes, I have. So, you have a question? Okay, so you will come second. We have the first one from that end. Anyone else? A third question. A fourth one, and the last one. Okay, so we will ask those questions in that order. So, may somebody help me? So that is the first question. You be specific if it is a general one or you're directing it to a specific person, so we know how to go about it.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
My name is Jane Gitiche, and I think it's a general question. So the question is, how often do you feel like you don't deserve your achievements, and how do you handle that?
How often do you feel like you don't deserve your achievements? And incredible women, as we have been calling you, how do you deal with that? Anyone can go first. Just raise your hand and I'll let you go first. How often? Or you passed that stage? Did you? You want to answer that, Dorin?
Should I start?
You may.
It's very respectable. So how often do I feel
like you don't deserve your achievements?
Like I don't deserve. I'll start by just giving you a very simple story. When I accepted to write this book, 1 week later, I received an invitation to work in USA for September and October. And I felt like I didn't deserve that. But every day and every night that we took the risk was across me because I didn't know how to leave my 2 young boys alone for 2 months. So every day, I was writing to the US government to say, I'm not ready for this opportunity. I feel like I'm not matured enough for what you're inviting me. So yes, I felt it so many times. But then deep inside, there's something that all these women have mentioned. I had mentors whom I was consulting, talking to, and they kept telling me, Dorin, you deserve that position. Dorin, keep going. Don't let it go. Don't let it go. So how often? I feel it so many times, actually. And when I was in US, I was pushed by UNESCO to do the policies for rural women, where I'm coming from the AU. And the same thing came back. It's part of the imposter syndrome. You feel like, I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. Why me? Why me? But then how do I handle it? I have run to build my tribe. I have a huge tribe. Tribe from my husband, who is somewhere here, who came to pick me from AU, but he has not seen me. And from my mom, here somewhere within. From my mom, like mom who is together with us today, and from my mentors. So that is how I overcome it. When I feel like this imposter syndrome is knocking me down, I always go back to my tribe and ask them, how am I going to handle this? And my tribe are the royal people. They will tell me, you are failing, you don't have to do this. And I'll say, like, I feel that fear so many times, and sometimes I feel like I don't deserve to speak because I have been raised in the rural areas in Nyeri, and I went to secondary school in Nyeri, so I'm not a... And actually, it's not just Nyeri. Actually, Nyeri Interior, and my secondary school is Nyeri Interior. Actually, I went to a day school. So I think that thing of going to a day school in Nyeri still keeps reminding me like, Dorin, published all the, UNICEF, UNESCO, AU, where did you get that? You see? So how often? So many times. Every day. Every day. How do I deal with it? My mentors, my tribe. Thank you.
Thank you, published author Dorin. Did you hear the title? Published author Dorin. Thank you. Does that answer your question? So that brings me to the question I was asking us. What are some of the words you have picked from today? Kwani mlikuwa mnajua kuna kitu inaitwa tribe kwa risk taking? Na village kwa risk taking. Si tumejua, wengine tumejua leo. Mungeniambia. Now you are withholding. And we need to talk about these things. So we go to our next question, there at the corner.
Okay, hi everyone.
Hi.
My name is CPA Kezia. And my question is more or less related to, it's on imposter syndrome. Because I think most of us, maybe speaking for myself, I go through that a lot that I can count. But my question is, I don't know, it's general, but whoever has wisdom will try to give me an answer. Sometimes our imposter syndrome are caused by childhood traumas. The things we were told when we were growing up. So they replay because they sort of form our personality. How do you overcome that? For you to, scale this glass, just that, yeah.
Okay, so did you get the question? Sometimes our imposter syndrome is as a result of childhood trauma, the things we were told when we were young. So how do you overcome that? I think that is the question. Yes? We have Caroline.
I can try and then she'll try and answer. Oopsie. Though not an author, but I think...
You're standing in the position of an author, so feel comfortable.
I should tell you my story. Childhood traumas do happen, and it's very important that you go through the healing process. Because if you do not go through the healing process, it will affect how you think. So there's a need to have a mindset shift. We have all these therapies that have come up now, the life coaches and the grief therapies and what have you. But because of where we are coming from, our parents, how they raised us, that's how they knew better. And if you don't deal with some of those things, like for example, my mother used to tell me, but I forgive her. We were 3 children for a very long time, so I was a middle child. And middle children are forgotten. So the eldest was a very sharp girl, very smart in school, and I'm an average student. Then the last one was a twin, but one passed on, so there was that tendency to protect her. So I always had to struggle my way around, and she'd always tell me, I'm good for nothing. You good for nothing. So as I've grown up, I realized I never finished some of the things that I've always wanted to start, and when I had to go through some of the wounds or things that happened in the past, it's what my mother said. So when I had to deal with that, it's really difficult when you have to open your past and have to face those things. So unless you deal with them, and it can't be someone else to help you deal with it, it is you. Call yourself in a meeting. You know the way we say it? You're told, call yourself in a meeting, you, yourself, and I, and deal with those fears, deal with those traumas, and then get help. Do not be afraid to get help. I went through a very difficult time in my marriage many years ago. I went through divorce, but I went through therapy 10, 15 years later. And the crying that happened at that time was, I wish I did the therapy a while back. But after I went through that, today we are able to have a very good relationship with the father of my children because of having to deal with the past trauma. So I would encourage anyone, we have coaches, please invest in coaches. Then you'll be able to make the decisions that you have to make. And this imposter syndrome, just delete it from your system. Delete it. It is there, but the best way to deal with it is delete it. It will always be there, but once you step out, do whatever it is that you need to do, step out. You see, like the way these women have stepped out and written books. Whoever thought that there will be authors and what have you, and they all have a story, and we all have a story. But unless we deal with it, it's very easy to pass it on to our children. My own son, about 5-6 months ago, talked about childhood trauma. And I was like, really? He studies and works in the UK. So I think also they're encouraged to deal with the past. So when he brought it up, I had to have a conversation with him to ensure that some of the things that I have had to take him through because of my journey, I don't pass it on to them. So it's very easy to pass it on to the rest, but because of our culture, sometimes, Africans, we don't want to address some issues because it will look disrespectful. And then I had to face my mother and tell her and ask for forgiveness. And even if for her, because she's an African woman, they don't know how to really apologize, or even if they do, they won't say what you want to hear. But she did really look at the situation and give me her blessings. So it's important that we deal with our childhood trauma.
Wow. Thank you for that, Caroline. We'll allow Elizabeth to also say something about the same.
Yeah, and I will not add much because she's actually put it so right. Huh? Yeah, what I wanted to say is that you should be able to make yourself vulnerable. And this means you need to open up. So whether it is to a therapy or to a mentor or to somebody or a close friend, because when you speak up, it comes out of your heart and you're going to get solutions and you'll move on. Yeah, so the bottom line there, my word is just you should be vulnerable. And she's really expounded it well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Elizabeth, for that. We're talking about childhood trauma. Hey, wengine tumekuwa traumatized tukiwa wakubwa. Have you been told things until you felt like you don't deserve to exist? Third question, please.
Thank you. Hello. My name is Rose, and I wanted to know, how do you take a calculated risk at the same time avoid analysis paralysis? And I would like, it's a general question, but I'd like the author who answers it if they are introverts, especially because I feel introverts, that is something that really affects us. We deal with it too much. Yeah.
Did you hear them say, mm-hmm? Please answer the question. Yes, Priscilla. Yani they are saying that's a good one. Bring it. So you can be sure it will be handled.
So for a very long time, I used to deny I was an introvert. I used to say I'm an ambivert. Someone asked me, what the hell is that? You're either this or this. This ambivert business is running away from what you truly are. And that's why I don't use the word struggle, but that's why I even write speeches. Because I feel like if I speak from just saying, I'll round off to the nearest mother tongue. So let me write it down, so I'm very careful about what I'm going to speak. So to answer your question, I didn't know I was an introvert. Actually, it's one of my friends who told me, and we really argued about it, because I still insisted I was not. But despite that, I am such a risk taker. If I tell you, in fact, I was listening to people, I'm like, now, did I really say my story? Because I have literally taken risks, like, I think all my adult life. From my children to my career, I have entered spaces I honestly never thought I would. Where I sit right now, I am shocked that is me. But I forget sometimes that I have that struggle of not being able to speak in public, of not being able to say my achievements. But I still, when I remind myself where I've come from, and I have really good friends and mentors, so they are always holding my hand. They're the ones who tell me, you need to stop being shy about your achievements. So for me, it was very exciting to have this opportunity, because I said, I know I'll have to speak about this book, I'll have to promote it, and I'll have to come out of my shell. It's not easy, but I have to keep reminding myself every day that nobody will speak for me. No one will ever say what I have done if I don't do it myself.
Thank you, Priscilla. Taking calculated risk at the same time avoiding analysis paralysis. Anyone else wanting to respond to that? Okay, we go to question 4. Okay, just to confirm, did you feel answered? Okay.
Okay. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Okay, thank you so much for the speakers. We are really learning a lot. My question is along the same lines, probably just to highlight what upbringing can do. She's my sister, and my question is exactly along the same lines directed to Professor Elizabeth. So probably we'll start by that, how the environment we grow up in influences how we take risks. There's something you said during your talk, that we need to plan in order to be able to achieve. It really resonated with me because I really like planning. But now my challenge comes in. The more I plan, the more I start seeing the challenges well. And then the mountain starts getting bigger and bigger. So you started with like a small hill, and you're walking to town upper hill. I end up with Mount Everest. And I say only the veterans are able to surmount that, and I don't go ahead with the project. So have you ever found yourself in that situation, and how did you overcome it? And also being that person who sees how things should be done, how do you shift your mindset? Because a few weeks ago, speaking with my fiancé, he proposed something, and my first thing was like, no, don't do it. Don't ask for that investment, because I thought immediately that cannot be done, because you need to do one thing at a time before you take on the second project. Is that a good approach, or should we also learn to take on multiple risks?
Professor, that is for you.
Okay, thank you for that question. In fact, I'd want also to add on the first question that had been asked about the issue of maybe thinking so hard that you don't end up doing anything because it was a molehill. Now you're in Mount Everest. Now, as a risk taker, you should not be afraid of failing. Yeah, because there's no plan that is ever perfect. And it can never be, even if you have a very good plan, once you start doing it, there'll always be challenges. So the good thing is that it's good to plan so that you can know what's ahead of you, and you start taking and saying, if this happens, so what should I do? And just know that you can never get anything that is perfect. If it is perfect, there's no risk there. Are we together there? Yeah. So just, and also trust yourself. And sometimes what I do, get somebody you trust and share what you want and ask, what do you think? So, and again there I said, be careful of who you ask, because there are some people who you will ask and they will now discourage you. And in fact, even the Bible somehow warns us of telling our plans to other people unless they are fully done. So, but here you are not telling, you are seeking counsel, which I believe it's important to seek wise counsel. Now, the other thing you've asked is about, is it possible to take multiple risks, multiple things? For me, I believe it. Okay, I teach finance, I teach diversification. Diversification is several things. Yeah, so even as you see us doing here, there's one of us who mentioned she was actually doing another book, so she had 2 books. I do multiple things. And in a way, I find they tend to even energize you, because A is different from B and all this. At some point, they'll converge, but they really help you to just be on track. So don't have one project at a time, unless maybe it has a lot of resources that are needed. But for me, from a diversification point, you can do it, but just plan and see these things that maybe that would be hurdles on the way. But don't reach in that point of paralysis, where now you always analyze and then you don't do analysis by paralysis. Yeah, so that's what I would say. And then I said about the plan is not the thing, the issue is the planning. How are you going about the planning process? Are you planning and then stopping, or are you now planning and then you see there would be a problem here and then you take action for it? Yeah, so I think that's what I can say around that. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Do you think your question is well attended to? We have a resource here. This is a powerhouse, and we thank God for them. There was a 5th one. Was there? Yes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Wamboi, and let me start by saying, by me asking a question, I'm taking a risk. It's not something that I'm so used to. My question is, this year, like for me, it's been an year of taking risks, trying new things for the first time. But at some point, I felt like I was feeling overwhelmed and feeling like, hey, I need to take a break because I have done so many things, and I was feeling like my mind was crowded. So for the risk takers, the ladies, the others, I would like to ask, when you have taken like many risks and you feel like you need to take a break, how do you go about it in order for you to be able to continue and not stop?
Did we get the question? Mm-hmm. You know, we believe you have all the answers. Yes, Catherine wants to attend to that.
Let me stand up. I think as women, we are gifted with being able to do a lot. We multitask a lot. We take on a lot of projects, and we also, I feel like we are socialized in a way that we have to be contributing everywhere we go. So I think something you can do, the other day I was joking with my friend and we were saying that we've been contemplating so many things. She's also in business. You're even thinking of starting a police station. Yeah, and then you start doing an analysis. If I bring this number of criminals, this is the bail, you know. But it was just on a light note because, you're doing so many things, and of course, you're always hoping for success and taking so many risks. So just to take you back a bit, as I was listening to the other authors, I was even like, wow, as in, this is so rich. I think we needed like a 3-day seminar, just for everyone to really share and get to the juice of everything and really leave here feeling fulfilled. But that's on the side. I think we need to learn to be kind to ourselves. I'm an advocate for wellness. And I believe that, the moment, and I always tell people that, the moment you drop dead or you're in hospital, do you know your job? They will find a replacement. In 2 days, they'll advertise. There'll be 100 CVs on the table. So also put yourself first. When you're feeling overwhelmed, when you feel like it's too much, maybe in your head you're now feeling you can't take it anymore, or your efficiency is dropping, take a break, retreat, and then come back. Even animals hibernate, and they don't do anything meaningful. They just eat and roam around. But they actually hibernate and stay for 6 months, and then they come back. Trees shed their leaves to take like a break, and then they rejuvenate, and now they bear fruit. So even for us, we need to be kind to ourselves, remind ourselves that, you need a break. Because if there's one thing I think that COVID taught us is that your health is the most important thing that you can have. If you are not healthy, you'd not be here today. You'd not be, here smiling with us. You'd probably be somewhere else, and everyone will understand. So let's be kind to ourselves, and let's make sure that, and delegate, by the way. One of the people I really hold dear to myself is my nanny, because I know the day she calls me on a Sunday evening, ati sirudi, sitakuja leo, ati nitakuja kesho, my whole week is a mess. Because now I start thinking, okay, I need to move all my tasks. I had meetings, I had what? Your kids are equally important. You have to cook, you have to do everything else. So learn to delegate and have the right people in your life. People who are responsible, people who care about you, who can even stop you and tell you, Judy, I don't think you're okay. Can you get a checkup? Can you take a break? When was the last time you were on leave? Go take a spa day off, go for a walk, go to the gym, people who will keep you in check, because at the end of it all, if you're not okay, then your life is not okay, and nothing will be okay. Yeah, so I think that's what I can say.
We gave an opportunity for people to, but we'll let you ask. Judy, I agree with you. Health is the greatest asset. Catherine, minus it, everything else is useless.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
That was very informative. Congratulations to everybody. My question is very direct to the professor. As she was speaking, can she tell us what time she wakes up? It is a brass tacks question. I'm beginning to wonder what I do with my time. I'm being very serious. So can you give us, please, how you organize your day? Thank you.
So, Professor, be vulnerable, share your daily schedule.
Wow, that's an interesting question, because I normally see my day like it has 25 hours. So how do I manage my day? Now, sometimes it's not exactly the same, because sometimes I'm not in the same place. But what I normally do, and this is now like my standard, which I strive to achieve, sometimes I don't. I wake up in the morning, around 6, I take a walk in our estate. Now, within that walk, I think I take around 1 hour as I plan my day. Once I come back to the house, I don't even shower immediately, because I wait to cool down and do that. I just open my laptop. Now, I do most of the office work when I'm in the house. And I would say that I have a very good PA, because I have an assistant. She really organizes myself. Actually, she's the one who has like my diary. And she will even tell people, don't come and do this now. So I normally arrive in the office around 10. And that is, okay, I know it's against my JD, I'm supposed to be there 8 to 5, but I work late. So I go to the office at 10, but remember I started working early, because I know once I get in the office, I don't even know how people know I have come. I just see people they start streaming into the office. And then sometimes I leave the office, and I think this is something I need to work on. I can leave the office at 9 at night. Okay, but now the beauty, and I wouldn't want anybody to follow that, I don't have small kids. So for those of us who are young mothers, you cannot use that pattern. Because even when I had small kids, I could not handle what I'm doing. I think right now, since I'm in that stage of my life, I can be able to now even create more time because my children are not there. And also my husband is equally busy. I remember she asked how many are farmers. My husband is a farmer. Okay, he's a part-time farmer, not that he's a farmer, but he does farming, yeah. Yeah, so he's also a professional, but he loves farming. Yeah, so when he goes home, and sometimes I'm able to get also my time. So basically what I've learned is that we can also multitask. I like listening to the podcast and such things. I'll be working and listening. So you see there, instead of now sitting and I'm just listening to something, I even have a skill of watching movies when I'm doing something else. So if something interesting, I now stop and start watching, yeah. So sometimes if you come to my laptop, I have opened to Windows. So basically that is what I do. But what I've noted is that you have to create an extra hours. Honestly, the things we do with the normal routine at TCG 8 to 5, it cannot work. Yeah, but then there are instances when we get burnout. And I liked what she said, the way trees will shed their leaves. So there'll be a time when I will just do nothing. You know, I can actually take a break. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I've done practically nothing. And I'm okay with it. I'm not complaining. In fact, I'm looking forward to it. But it doesn't happen all the time. Because sometimes even when I feel like sleeping, I normally there's a verse in the Bible that says, a little slumber, a little folding of the arms will do what? Poverty will strike you like lightning. Yeah, so, yeah. Yeah, so that is sometimes, yeah, you feel like you want to sleep, so you should always remind yourself. But so do whatever you can do, but when you feel your body has just refused, and in fact, you'll not do anything. Itakata too. So just rest, and then recuperate, get the energy, and then you rise. Yeah, so that is how I try to manage my days. Now, I don't even sometimes manage to have the walks every day. But if I stay for long without having, I just feel my body, I need to do my walks. So the routine still comes back. Yeah, so that is how I normally manage my day. But there must be elements of sacrifice. Yeah, some people like at weekend, umeenda kutembeleana. I can't afford that. So just try to see how you cut your time. Yeah, and I think I learned this when I was doing my PhD. For the PhD, in fact, I remember there is a time people were wondering, is my husband still, am I still the wife to my husband? Because I never used to go home, even taking the kids out. My husband would go with the kids alone because I could not I have things to do, and I need that quietness in the house. So at that time, I was able to know how to just squeeze and create the best out of time. So for me, it is quality, not quantity, but you have to add that quantity so that you get more quality. There must be sacrifices. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Is your question attended to? Okay. So that has okay, that is the very last one. The very last one.
Hi, I'm sorry. My name is Michelle, and it would be a shame if I left this vicinity, went home and asked Google the burning question I have. So, short backstory, Monday morning, I woke up to an email, a project I had put my whole heart into, was not approved for funding. And this is because it was overdue. And I was supposed to do it 6 months ago, but I was on maternity leave. I think we should have a conversation about how taking on motherly duties can set you back in other sectors. But generally, what is the one lesson a person can learn from failure that they cannot learn from success?
Wow. I didn't hear but all the same, here we are. What is one lesson a person can learn from failure that they cannot learn from success? Okay, so Judy is going to answer that.
Hi.
Hi.
So I was very intentional about not sharing my stories in my speech because I want you guys to read the book. I talk a lot about that. In the chapter that I wrote, I talked about when I moved back from the US, I had to start my own business. And I had done a year-long research. It was a microinsurance agency, and I'd started with my dad. When we started the project, we'd done all this analysis. Somebody talked about analysis paralysis. I get into that zone sometimes. But I'd done all this analysis, and I was ready, and we launched. And it was actually successful. In fact, the insurance industry was like awed by it because they didn't know that there was a product that you could launch that was targeted to the marginalized community. So here I was, young, excited, eager, and ready to take on the world with this new product. But what we hadn't done is we hadn't done a proper risk analysis on repayment of these insurance products. So eventually the partner that we had pulled out. You know, you have to be insured. So our insurers, the organization that was backing us up, pulled out. They said the project was way too risky, and they didn't want to continue. And so I had to make the decision, because I was the named executive director, to shut it down. And of course, in that moment, I felt like the biggest failure, because I came here, you know, ready to impress my friends, come back with this education and this exposure and this experience, and ready to do this big thing, and, you know, basically change the insurance industry in Kenya. But then it failed. And what I learned from that is the ability to learn from those mistakes. So I took stock of all the things that I did wrong. And that's why I mentioned the risk, that we did not really evaluate whether this could be fully funded by just one organization or whether we should have looked at other parties. So we looked at that. I looked at how we marketed the product. I looked at the people that we hired internally, because part of the process is I lost a lot of my agents to competitors. And then another thing that I learned is how to patent my product, which I had not done. So the product was actually taken up by another bigger insurance company. So I learned a lot from that process, but I had failed. You know, I had to shut down the company. I had to let go of the employees that we had. And whatever money we had raised, to set you up for the next success.
Thank you, Judy. Okay, Joyce has something to say.
I'm not going to really talk on that angle, but have friends who nudge you to say something. My friend here just told me, talk, say something. On the motherhood aspect, because someone talked about, she asked the question, like, when you're a new mom and the sacrifices you have to make. I touch a lot about that in my chapter, because I had to take a break. And what I want to tell women is that sometimes, not sometimes, your life is about seasons. There's sometimes your career, what's her name? Elen Noino said your biological clock, your career clock, they are in direct competition with each other. You remember that speech? It's actually very true. And you need to sometimes accept that you're going to be a mom first before you're a career woman. And it's okay. And it's okay. And then sometimes now when you're back to your career, now you go there and that glass ceiling and you shatter it. But it's good to accept the seasons in your life. I think I have been naming my seasons. You know, this year is a year of this. I think 2022 was my year of birthing. I literally birthed a human. And then I took time off work. I left my job. What she said, once you've hit rock bottom, the only way is. So accept the failure, take the lessons, keep moving. And now things are better. I'm back to work. My baby's 2 years old. And now we're back. Like we are at work now. So it's another season. So embrace the seasons of your life.
Thank you, Joyce. Michelle, do you feel helped? Mm-hmm. Okay, so that brings us to the end of that session. Thank you so much for asking those questions, and thank you so much to our authors for passionately answering those questions. You have helped somebody's life today, and I think that is one of your objectives, even as a co-author of the book. We took the risk. The value of risk-taking and why women should embrace it as a strategy for growth and success. Okay. How can I say no? Yes, Mama, speak up.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
I have no question. I just want to thank all of you because we are about to sneak out and take off. Organizing this is very enriching for some of us as a mother. We've traveled around. You heard what Judy was saying, all those countries I took all the children, detrimental, sometimes failed somewhere because of me. I want to thank you. During our years, like you young people, we never had a chance of a forum like this. So clap for yourselves. I'm looking forward to the next risk. I don't know whether it will be another risk so that I can come and join you. Thank you so much for organizing, bringing us all together, and doing such a marvelous work. Keep going, keep going. Love yourself first.
Amen. Thank you, Mama. On behalf of Zion Pearl, I officially welcome you to our next launch, happening on the 13th of December. The book is titled, How We Rise and Thrive. So if your schedule permits, Mama, you're very welcome. Thank you for the support. It's good to also have these elderly people in our midst. You see, she has spoken some words of wisdom, and we have also picked something from that. So at this juncture, our day is much spent, and I like to say that our time is also well spent. It has been a good time. I've learned so many lessons. We are progressing to the next stage of our being here today. At this point, allow me to bring to the microphone Mr. Doso Radido, the founder and director of Zion Pearl Publishers. By the way, we call him he for she because he likes working with women. Yes, if you pay us a visit at Zion Pearl, you will know why I say that. But then you can also see why. So we bring him to take us to the next stage of this meeting. Karibu.
Wow, let's give Dottie a round of applause. She's amazing. You wouldn't believe that when I first talked to her and I told her she's cut for this, she was even afraid and wondering whether I was out of my mind. Dottie, you are cut for this and you're doing it so excellently. We love it. Let's give her another round of applause. Thank you so very much, authors. I have picked some key insights from your speeches. And I think there's a quote that I love here so much. I even posted it somewhere here by Judy. Was that Judy who said, risk has the psychological and the statistical? If I knew that before this book was written, I would have written it somewhere in the book. But you can be sure that one is going to remain with me for a very long time. Thank you so very much for that. That was powerful. Katherine, you said you and your friend were thinking about starting a police station. That is a powerful quote. It's funny, but that shows how crazy risk takers can be sometimes. I know maybe in one of those conversations you imagined forming a government to help this country move forward in the way it should be. That is so good. The last question that was asked was very important. I think that's a very important question that came from back there. If I had an opportunity to answer the question, I would tell you, failure is part of success. You have to fail somewhere. Everybody who's succeeded, they have something that they learned from failure. And sometimes your mentors will not tell you, your friends will not tell you. It is failure that will tell you. It will failure that will tell you. And sometimes it tells you in a powerful way. You become very intelligent. When I hear Prof talking about she has gotten to a place where she just knows, I know a bit of that came from the many times you tried things, they didn't work, and you grew, you became intelligent along the way, which is very powerful. I actually felt like Katherine did, that we actually needed to have like 3 days of this kind of talk and get to hear more and more and more. So I want to pose a question to you. If we put together a summit that runs for 3 days and we bring these women together for a summit that is called the We Took the Risk Summit, will you people come? That is so powerful, because when she said that, she triggered my mind, and I knew as part of the conversations that must happen to get people enlightened, provoked, reminded, answered, and probably directed in the direction that they should be going, we should have more time for conversations like this. And I think we are going to put that up so that we can have a lot more coming and benefit. It's important to hear what Mama just said there, how in their time, do you know that is a generation? When she talks like that, she means a whole generation. I don't know how many millions you are in your time, but that is a huge thing if you think about that. So that what we are doing here today has generational impact. Some of your children will benefit from the things that you've learned here, and it is even good that some of them are seated in here. So they will say, when we were young, Mom took me to a certain meeting and I heard what people were saying, and I think I got unlocked, you see? So this thing has some kind of generational impact. And because we are also capturing it, we are recording this so that 50, 100 years from now, when they get born, they will come and see, oh, look at what our grandparents were doing. And look at how my shosh was so powerful. That time they'll call you shosh. Oh, she said something powerful. Look at how hot she was. You know, we have the advantage of recording the happenings of our time. So we will not struggle to see how life, they will not struggle to see how life was during our time. You know, when I was growing up, I only had one photo of my grandfather, and he had gone to the studio. So I don't know how the guy was looking like on a normal day, you know? So I really desire to see how he was looking like, because they didn't even record his thoughts or whatever. They just used to tell me he used to be a wise man. But there is nothing that they recorded. I really wish I was born before my dad so that I interact with my grandfather and see what he had to say. But we thank God for the far we have come and the lessons that we have learned. What we are about to do now is to officially declare the book launched. And I have a special request. I have a special request as we do this. I will request all the authors to come in front. Somebody help me. We will use this big dummy so that when we are cutting it, it's visible to everybody. I'll ask all the authors to come because we're going to do it together. I will ask all the mothers and the fathers who are in this room today to come and help us do this. And if there is a spouse in here, I will also call you to come and do it with us, because this is a very special moment. It is after doing this activity we are going to do that now Dottie will grab the microphone and start saying what she was saying. When she calls you, she says, author, published author, so-and-so, published author, so-and-so. So please just come here. We will just line up here, and then we'll find a way of gathering around this. A few of us will grab this scissor, and we will cut the tape. We'll cut the tape together, all of us, because this is a very, very important moment. Mommy, please come. Is there any other mom in the house, or dad, or spouse? You people are very important, because these risk takers have been supported by you. When they talk about tribe or a village of people who support them, you are the ones. You permitted them, you encouraged them, you reminded them, sometimes you cried with them. Yes? No, we'll just gather around. All of us are going to be somewhere in front so that we can be visible. The few who will be very close to it will help hold the scissor, and then we will cut the tape together. And then we'll have a moment of celebration. Those who are popping, please don't pop it on top of their hair. Sometimes it messes them up. You can pop it somewhere. Oh, yes, yes. So we don't want to mess up the makeup and the good looks. So you pop it carefully. So who is going to hold the scissor? So when you're cutting the tape, who's going to hold it? Okay. Are you sure the camera will see you? You can come in front. Maybe two of you can hold it together. You are going to cut. You are going to cut the ribbon. The ribbon that is, yeah, that one there. Yes, that one. So at the count of 3, you are going to cut it. And when they are cutting, we will celebrate them because now we are officially witnessing the launch of the book, which is a historical moment. We will give sounds of celebration and ululation and claps until it comes down naturally. Are we ready? So 3, 2, 1, let's go. Come on, let's give them a round of applause. Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so very much. Congratulations, ladies. You are now officially published authors. Come on, give them another round of applause. Congratulate them. Come on. And if you have a phone, this is your time to take a photo and post it there.
Book with you, you want autographed, here they are. You can pass by their tables and have them autograph your book. We have the refreshments ready outside there, so you can prioritize how you want it. Do you want to serve something first and come back? But before that happens, let us be seated for a short while. Let us be seated for a short while, please. We have the refreshments ready, of course, so you're not going home without biting something. And we also have the authors here to autograph your books. It will be a privilege for you to have them all together to autograph your book. So allow me at this point to give my vote of thanks. We will be taking photos, I know, of course, with Mr. Doso and some of ourselves, and we have all these locations. There is a photo booth. We have that point, we have this point, you know, and you have yourself also, so you make the photo. So on behalf of everyone here, I extend my heartfelt or our heartfelt thanks to you, Mr. Doso, the visionary behind this inspiring project. We love you. Don't you love him? Yes. Can we tell him we love you? Kwa nini mnasema kama mnafifia? Can we tell him we love him? Yani ndio mnafifia zaidi. 1, 2, 3, let us tell him we love him. Do you know how powerful kwambiwa unapendwa for doing something good? Yeah, so, and to our remarkable authors, thank you for sharing these transformative stories. We appreciate you. To our valued guests, our friends, families, colleagues, acquaintances, our contacts, your presence has made this event very special. Thank you for coming. A very big thank you to the Zion Pearl support team for ensuring everything runs smoothly. You are a powerful team. See, you know you are. Wako wapi? Thank you so much for all you do. Thank you so much for making this event a success. We want to say a special thank you to the Trademark Hotel for hosting us so graciously. I've just talked to the lady who popped that, and I was telling her, I can see how we give them a lot of work to clean. You see, someone will be here to clean that, but we had to do it because we have been given permission to use the venue. Together, we've celebrated courage, we've celebrated growth, and the power of risk-taking. And do you know to whom all the glory goes? It goes back to God. So this is bringing us to the end of our event or our celebration today, but we still have time to take photos. The authors, you can still take photos together with Mr. Doso, and I think that is going to happen. Right now, we have our meals ready there, the refreshments ready, so you can prioritize. What do you want to do first? Do you want to first autograph your book, or you want to go pick something and come in? So that brings us to the end of today, and because we will not be talking about it again, we will allow networking, photo session to proceed until somebody leaves at a point they feel they're comfortable to leave. Allow us to bow our heads for a word of prayer. Gracious God, we thank you for the success of this event and for the opportunity to celebrate the incredible stories and lessons in the We Took the Risk. Bless the authors, organizers, and everyone who participated, and may the message of courage and growth continue to inspire and transform lives. As we live, we ask for your guidance and protection, and may we always embrace the risk that leads us closer to the purpose you have for us. And it is in Jesus' name that we have prayed. And we can all say, amen. Amen. So photographers, we are ready for various photos. So you want your book, you know, we have the authors here, just